Good morning. Good morning, guys. We were hoping that Representative Howard might get here. He is coming from Augusta, and apparently there's some bad traffic out there. Is that right? I hear it's terrible this morning, but we are going to begin in the interest of all of you being here and being so prompt. I don't want to hold you up, and so we think Representative Howard will be here shortly. And so we're going to go ahead and begin. Let me begin, if I could. Folks, 17 years ago, on a Tuesday, on 9/11, we had one of the greatest acts of mass murder in this country when 3,000 Americans were murdered by terrorists. Let's take a moment of silence, if you would. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome. Man, this is a big crowd to be this early in the morning in downtown Atlanta. And but I don't want to hear any complaints. I'm from Savannah, so I had a heck of a ride. And we still have others coming in, I see, which is wonderful news, and we're excited. So welcome to all of you here. Today, I want to particularly welcome the members of this committee that the commissioner, the speaker was good enough to appoint. I just mentioned that Representative Wayne Howard from Augusta, who will be a great appointment to this committee, is on his way. I was pleased that he was appointed and think he will be invaluable. Also, Representative Donahue from Gainesville, very appreciative that he was appointed, and Representative Karen Mathiak from Griffin. There's one other member who will not be here today, and that is Representative Tom Kirby, who has had an unfortunate death, and his very close family member has passed away. And so I would ask that we all remember he and his family this morning. Having said all of that, let's talk about, first of all, before we get into testimony, why we passed this resolution. So this resolution, House Resolution 1257, was titled the House Study Committee on the Workforce Shortage and Crisis in Home and Community-Based Settings. So why did we find it appropriate and proper to pass this resolution, to create this study committee, and to study this issue? Why was it established? My friends, tens of thousands of Georgians all across this state are living with physical, intellectual, mental, and developmental disabilities. And they depend on home and community-based services to help them have meaningful lives. They depend on these services in both the public and the private sector, by the way. The workforce that supports these individuals is one of the highest demand workforces in the United States today. And I think most of you are aware of that. This workforce they're known as caregivers. That's the term you'll hear me use primarily. They're known as direct support professionals. They're known as personal care aides. But regardless of the description, they provide an invaluable service to so many individuals in our society, and they are so important. This workforce has an extraordinary high turnover rate. And nationally, that turnover rate approaches 50%, about 48% average turnover rate nationally. And by the way, if you compare that to the national average for across all industries, that's about 3.5%. And so a 45% turnover rate that ranges anywhere from about 18 to 75% is extraordinary. Why is that? That's one of the many questions we're going to answer here today. This workforce also has an extraordinary high vacancy rate of anywhere from 9 to 10%. And of course, that vacancy rate has a profound impact on the lives of individuals that are served in the community as well. So meanwhile, the demand for services is skyrocketing, right? The demand for services is skyrocketing. Folks, every day in America today, every day for the next 20 years, 10,000 people turn 65. every day for the next 20 years, 10,000 Americans turn 65. And indeed, that 85 plus population is going to begin, the baby boomers will start turning 85 in 13 years. And so this country is growing older like never in history. And indeed, this country and our society, Western civilization, is growing older not only in an unprecedented way in this country, but unprecedented in history, that we are aging like we are. In Georgia, there will be a 315% increase in the 85 and older population by 2050. 315% increase. Well, the demand for services that is growing is not only for aging, but also for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Why is that? Well, we've got improved diagnoses. We see increasing diagnoses of individuals with autism. We continue to deinstitutionalize individuals and ensure that they get the services where they need them in the community. And individuals with developmental disabilities are having longer lifespans. All of that increases the demand for these services in the community. Well, as this demand grows with both of these populations, both the aging and individuals with intellectual disabilities, demographics are working against us, folks, because family size is shrinking, right? And I will use my family as an example. My grandfather had 9 children. My father had 3, I have 2. Almost every one of you in here has a similar circumstance. Very few of us have as many children as our grandparents or our great-grandparents had. And so family size is shrinking, and I think most of you are aware that the majority of care in this country, overwhelming majority, is still provided by family caregivers, not formal caregivers. I'll give you an example of this. According to AARP, in 2015, there was a 7-to-1 ratio of potential family caregivers to every one individual needing care. In 2030, that is expected to be 4-to-1, and in 2050, that is expected to just be 3-to-1, a 3-to-1 ratio. And so our family size is shrinking. Those family caregivers that we depend on to such a large degree, there are going to be fewer and fewer of them. And meanwhile, the demographic for the core caregiver workforce, which are women from 25 to 64 years old, is declining as well in comparison to previous generations. So this committee was titled the Committee on the Workforce Shortage and Crisis in Home and Community-Based Settings. Why did we use that term crisis? Because of all that I just described. It's a dreaded X-curve. So as demand is skyrocketing for services, we have the supply of caregivers to supply those services rapidly declining. We have an X-curve, folks. That's not sustainable. This committee is tasked with a great opportunity to discover how, as a state, we can ensure that going forward, all of those individuals in this state who are our most vulnerable citizens, the frail elderly, individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities, that all of these individuals, our job is to be proactive and think ahead about how we're going to see that those individuals get the care they need to have meaningful lives. And that is what we're here for today. Thank you all again for being here. And Ms. Tara is the boss here today, and she is going to help keep us on track on this agenda. And we are going to go to our commissioner, Commissioner Judy Fitzgerald, the Commissioner of the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities. Commissioner, welcome. I want to say something first to you as a personal point of privilege. I will tell you that personally, and again, I have been so impressed with all that you have done for individuals with developmental disabilities and mental health all across this state, and the improvements that you have brought to the department, and makes me very proud, and I'm very proud that you're here today. Thank you for being here, Commissioner.
Thank you for your interest and your willingness. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Chairman. I like to say that we have the best team in state government. I'm surrounded by a lot of people that care deeply about the work that we're doing. This really is mission-driven work, and we have made remarkable progress, but there's quite a bit more to do. And you have really laid the groundwork for some work that's really both personally important to me and professionally for the decade ahead. This really is an issue that we've got to keep talking about. So thank you for getting us started. You all have a copy of PowerPoint that I've got here. Let me see if I can just make it available to everyone here in the room. All right, great. So let me just say a few words, reminders about the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities, who we are, and why this issue is so important to us. As you know, we are the agency that is responsible for Georgia's 5 state hospitals, as well as a network of community-based providers. 675 community-based providers in our network around the state. So issues that matter to provider agencies certainly matter to us. We also serve an important role in the waiver system. We're here, and our partners from the Department of Community Health, I know, are here to listen today as well. We serve as the operating entity for the NOW and COMP waivers, which is really, this is the pathway for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities in the state to receive community-based services. We serve currently over 12,000 people throughout the state of Georgia. Again, so the magnitude and the scope of this work really is tremendous for our agency, and we're honored to be here to have a chance to talk, although I see the lineup of folks that are behind me, and you're going to hear from some of the real rock stars as the morning goes on, right? People who actually do the work, people who are recipients of services that I really believe we listen to in a different way. They're leading this work in a way that's really important. So you'll hear many voices this morning. We're proud to have an opportunity to be one of them. So I do want to offer this morning a little bit of context, although the chairman has provided a lot of similar of the observations that we have from a statewide perspective. I do want to say a little bit about what we call DSPs, direct support professionals, who they are and why they're so important to us, and acknowledge some of the same challenges that have already been previewed. But I really want to spend a few minutes on solutions that DBHDD is looking at and preview those, because I really think that's really where we're trying to get this work going, is onto the solutions. Okay, so as the chairman mentioned, we are all really challenged by the growth of individuals, and I'm going to speak specifically today not about the aging population, although the aging of our population is really a critical issue, but I'll really be focused on individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. You see a figure there, which is a national figure, but over the last 2 decades, a 390% increase. And that really has challenged the capacity of all of our agencies to keep pace with the number of individuals who are coming into home and community-based services. There's also been a really dramatic change in laws and in expectations about what service delivery for this population of individuals should look like. Here's the good news. It's moving in the right direction, right? We're moving away from institutional-based care into community-based settings. So the great news is we're moving in the right direction. The challenge for us is how do we keep pace in much smaller, more individualized settings? And we're proud to be at the leading edge of that. As you all are aware, I should mention, Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities is still under our settlement agreement with the Department of Justice, which calls us to continue to move every individual in our state hospitals into the community. And we plan to continue that work. Individuals with an intellectual or developmental disability are no longer allowed to enter the state hospitals. This is the right work. We have the capability to serve people appropriately in the community, but again, the wherewithal to have the workforce to do that in the way we want it done is the challenge we're here to talk about. Another positive report noted by the chairman is the life expectancy for individuals with disabilities is increasing. That's great news, but what does this mean for the capacity of our service system to address it? And a final challenge I want to note, again, another good news, but great news is we're in positive economic growth, particularly in the state of Georgia. Things are good. What that means for low-wage, high-challenge, high-risk jobs, though, is folks have other opportunities. And it's a challenge to remain competitive in order to do what I think you are beginning to understand is really challenging work. So I have a definition here, just so that we can all be grounded in what, when we say DSP, direct support professional, what do we mean? This is a generally accepted definition, but I won't call it yet a standard definition that is accepted across the board. That actually, I think, happens to be an issue within the field. We can talk more about that. But what I want you to see with this expanded bureaucratic description here is the scope of work of what's expected of our DSPs. But I'm going to show you how we like to think about it here, that on any given day, hour by hour, here are actually the roles and functions that people are executing in support of individuals with disabilities. You see it there. From one moment, you're chef and dietitian. You're also physical therapist, nurse, job coach, teacher, chauffeur, behavior specialist, counselor, listener, all of those. These aren't people all around the direct support professional. This is actually minute by minute and hour by hour. So I think that's our really connected way of saying this work really is quite comprehensive. And I really want to emphasize something. So you saw the functions and the tasks there, but why are these folks so important? Not just because they do those tasks, but as we talk about being a system that is trying to support independent living in the community, that cannot happen without the kind of support and connection to the community that a DSP helps for each individual to access. So we can talk at lofty goals about inclusion and independence, but for many people, it's simply not possible without that partnership of a DSP. So enabling individuals to live in the community and very essentially allowing families an opportunity to have a partner, allow them some respite and some stress relief in day-to-day living, because as you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, they're doing an awful lot of the caregiving. So where we can plug and connect extra supports, this is really critical for individuals. Okay, so we've got some Georgia statistics here, and there may be a few different ways to look at this, but again, just hitting the highlights of what the challenge is. Our calculated staff turnover rate for DSPs in the state of Georgia is 44.4%. And you can already know what that means if that turnover is happening at that rate. And really, I want you to see this next point as well. Not only is the turnover like that, but you see a figure here that 36, almost 37% of individuals who step into this role are leaving it within 6 months. And so it's not a surprise then that the cost of that turnover is $3,000 to $5,000 per person. You've made this big investment. A family, an individual has tried to make this personal connection, and then the turnover, it's not just a loss of money, it's really a loss of a connection, and yet another, at times, setback for the individual. And then the challenge of the job around what kind of support, what kind of supervision, and what kind of advancement is possible for a person who decides to take on this critical role as DSP. So I'll give just a snapshot of all of the impacts of the pressure on the system. First and foremost is because of that turnover and that continued turnover and the vacancies that were mentioned, it does in fact mean that sometimes folks can't get services as quickly as we would like them to. Rotating staff. Right, what I mentioned about these personal connections that are forming. And then, of course, a great concern of ours is the quality of service delivery. And you have this amount of turnover, it increases the risk for maltreatment. That's a great concern for us at the local level. And again, it can also lead to gaps in services. And these can be really, really critical in the hour-by-hour life of individuals who need our support. So for family members, so that's impact on the individuals. For family members who are supporting their individuals, when they lack that support of a consistent and predictable DSP, as a partner, that means they've got to take time out of their workday to assist a family member, and there's a loss of their employment consistency, and that's a challenge. And then has been mentioned already, the aging of caregivers who've been at this work for decades sometimes. They need our help and they need our support. For providers, and I know you'll hear from a lot of folks today, so I won't overemphasize this. We know there's a cost to training, retraining, recruiting, hiring, overtime, and then having to stretch and reach for whatever candidate you can get. That's not the way providers want to do their business. But when we find ourselves this stretched, it can be a reality. And people having to perform multiple functions because the system is stretched. I really want to say a word from our perspective, since we are responsible for the statewide network. Our greatest concern is for the quality of care being delivered to individuals in the community. So that remains our highest order of interest, and the well-being and safety of the individuals we serve has to remain our priority. But we also seek to have predictability of our budget, and this challenges that. And it's deeply important to us to have families and individuals that are satisfied with our service delivery. And this amount of turnover and providers being stretched really challenges that. You've already heard a little bit about the recruitment and retention, the increasing demand on service, and job stress. I think folks behind me are going to talk a little bit more about that. With your permission, I'd like to talk a little bit more about some of the solutions and some of the things that DBHDD is looking at. So, as I mentioned, this issue is of great interest to us. I'm really proud to say that DBHDD has what we call a management academy, and we partner with the Carl Vinson Institute of State Government to identify our emerging leaders in the department and put them through a 6-month management training. What we also do is challenge them to do a capstone project where they study an issue over the course of that 6 months and then bring solutions and recommendations forward. Our last cohort, this was one of the projects we chose because we already had determined that this was of great importance. The study committee was a really nice confluence of we're really happy to report some things that we've got some research and proposed solutions. One of the things you're going to hear about from individuals and providers is about the pay rate for DSPs. This is really a critical issue, and I'm going to allow others to talk more specifically about that. But I also want to add, money is only part of the issue. When we spoke to DSPs, one of the things we heard over and over again was the importance of professionalizing the work that they do, considering training, supervisory training, credentialing, and career paths for individuals who are called to this role. And so, and of course there's a resource allocation needed for that, but I don't want to oversimplify and say it's just about the wages. Wages are really a critical part of the issue, but really identifying the right people to do this work and then coaching and leading them into and training and retraining and offering a real pathway where an individual can do this one-on-one work and then also grow in that work is a really, really critical part of the solution, we believe. So you'll see we've advanced the training that we offer to individuals, and we've really put a heavy emphasis on training individuals to be supervisors in this work, because a big part of what we heard from DSPs was they did not have enough coaching and supervision in the work that they were doing. So imagine this job we've talked about, people who are stretched to the max in trying to provide highly individualized and personalized care, but then they don't feel like they're supported and they're led. And so this emphasis on supervisory training has been really, really important to us. We've wanted to support the work of the Georgia Alliance of DSPs, again, this recognition of this role as a critical role, and leading to, for example, things like DSP Recognition Week. This matters. And identifying who our champions and heroes are at the local level, the work they do every day, those folks want to be recognized, and they deserve to be recognized in really meaningful ways. So not looking past all the little things we can do to recognize the importance of this workforce. And then looking at technical college programs for additional training, we target both high school students so that they can see a pathway forward and understand what this role could be, and that there's training and education available to step in, whether you develop that interest in high school or through technical college. And then I do want to mention a very important project called Living Well Georgia. This is actually a 5-year, DBHDD is a partner in this. This is a 5-year federal grant that's being led by the Institute on Human Development and Disability at the University of Georgia. And that might be a group that, this Living Well folks might be a group that you would want to hear more about. They're doing a 5-year study around how to advance the voice of individuals with disabilities within the HCBS network, forming an advisory council in order to advise state partners, and really to look at how to enhance and grow the role of direct support professionals. And this is under federal guidance, so you know they'll have a lot of reporting to all of you. The grant was received in 2017, so the work is just underway, but they are working in partnership with many advocacy and provider agencies, 5 targeted agencies in particular, to really lift up and enhance the work. So some of the other solutions that are embedded in all of those strategies, I already made a preview of this, defining and standardizing the role of direct support professionals. We think this is really critical in moving towards something like credentialing. You really have to get clear about what the job is, what the tasks are, what success looks like when you're doing it well, and we think that's an important effort that a lot of actually entities are engaged in right now. We've got to pay a lot of attention to recruitment and retention, raise awareness about the importance of this work, and we see DBHDD always doing this in partnership with sister agencies and provider organizations, and more than ever, led by the voices of individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities who have a lot to say about person-centered care. So with that, that's a fast overview of everything we've got, but I did want to offer a moment to take any questions if you have them.
Any questions of the committee for the commissioner?
I am, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I'm going to kind of wait and listen to what
Yeah.
other people had to say. I just went through this with a constituent of mine, and you guys did an incredible job. The problem is it took so long until they finally got a hold of their personal friends and said, what can you do? I didn't know. I just started making phone calls, and we got a waiver for a gentleman in Griffin. So I'm very, very thankful and grateful that you've taken care of him. As the process progressed, I think a lot of times especially with these solutions, is just helping the families understand the progression of how those waivers and how help is available. For this young man, everything rocked along well, and then all of a sudden there was 2 signatures that were not on something, and the mom's calling me in a panic, and I said, hold up, let's figure it out. The nurse that was in charge did take care of it that day. But those are the things that I'm hearing you say, especially with the awareness in what we can do to help and what everybody in here can do to help each other. So thank you. Do you have any recommendations for us as legislators to follow the process?
So, a couple of things. Thank you so much. I'm glad we had a good resolution. It's painful every time I hear that bureaucracy made it challenging. I do want to say, I believe that Commissioner Berry at the Department of Community Health, his team members that are here, and DBHDD are working so hard to really demystify what it is that we're trying to do and make reductions in the administrative burden that does make it hard. We know those challenges exist, but we are really committed to continuing to make available resources. In every one of, DBHDD is divided into 6 regional offices. In every one of those regional offices, we've got an individual. We have a person at the state office too who is receiving calls when there are constituent services. We try and get the right folks targeted. And I do want you to know loud and clear that simplifying what it is it's just so necessary. I want to just share a personal story. I am the guardian of my sister, is a person with a very serious intellectual and developmental disability with medical complexities in another state. I became her guardian in the last year. I've been involved in her care. She's on a waiver, but when I received the information from this state about how to make the most basic decisions about her care, I have a master's degree in social work, and I run a billion-dollar agency, and occasionally wading through their paperwork to just get her what she needs. So I'm on the other side of it as well. So it is a personal passion of mine to make this easier for family members to try and understand. We will continue to do it, and I really want to put forward, keep knocking on our door when we want to be responsive, we want to get it right. I'm proud of my team's work, but we still have more to do.
I will find out who helped this gentleman, and I will definitely give him the kudos.
Thank you.
Or that team the kudos. For me, I didn't know whether it was his personal physician that had to sign off, so I'm just learning too. So I'm thankful for everybody being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And again, I would say yourself and Commissioner Berry, we have seen just what you just described. Y'all are, I think, doing everything you can, in my opinion, to make it easier for us to serve individuals in the community and get them the help they need as promptly as possible. Representative Donahue has a question, I believe, as well.
Thank you again for being here. Each one of you here that's going to speak today, I'm going to ask you a question that you can give me your answer. It's Christmas, okay? And you have a wish list. And the top 2 things you would prioritize to make your job easier and better to help us, could you tell me what that is? And each person after you speak, you won't be getting a present yet, but give us an idea of what you think would help.
So now y'all get all this time to prepare. But I'm grateful. I'll take the Christmas wish list question anytime. First of all, I want to say thank you, because the reason DBHDD, DCH, we've made some of the progress that we have is because of the leadership in this state has said vulnerable people matter. And I'm really proud to work in a state where the General Assembly has been so supportive of what we've tried to do. But we need more, and I'm not going to be shy about asking for more. So very specifically, my 1-2 is this. There is a planning list. which means that there are people in the state of Georgia who have been identified as eligible and needing services, and we do not have the funds yet to move those folks into a waiver. We have family support dollars and other ways that we can help, but they get their full waiver supports when they're eligible when we have the funds to support that. So sometimes money matters, and in this case, I'm not shy about telling you, we were asked, DBHDD was asked last year to put together a 5-year plan. What if the state of Georgia didn't want to have a waiting list anymore, and they didn't want to have it because everyone received what they needed? And we put together that 5-year plan. That's available on our website, but we could certainly send it to the committee. It shows administrative changes and other changes we could make, and it gives you a price tag, and we would be really proud to say you would be the ones making that investment. So investing in more waivers, we'd love to do that. The second thing is, I really do believe that the biggest challenge for the state is workforce challenges across the board. So today we're talking DSP, but there are social worker, physician, clinician of alt nursing for our population. And so we've got to make some strategic investments, I think, in workforce issues. I've been a social worker in the state for 25 years, and we've been talking about workforce issues for 25 years. We are making some strides, but we need to do more.
Thank you.
I'll see you on December 25th.
There you go.
Commissioner, I would just to make sure we educated everybody, the planning list you mentioned is what, 8,000 or 9,000 people in Georgia today, or what is the current?
No, we've actually
status?
reduced it. One of our efforts, so it was such a good challenge from the General Assembly to say, what about that planning list? This is making us all really unhappy, including us. So part of the, as you imagine, people heard, get on the planning list, whether you knew what your needs were or not. So the planning list ballooned quite a bit to over 8,000 people. Now that we've actually walked through and double-checked every person on that planning list, we're down below 6,000. That's people with real needs. So we have better technology and better ability to really assess who's there. I should mention the thing about the planning list is it is prioritized by need. Not by length of time that you've been on the list. We believe the fairest way to approach it is really with most in need receive services first. So we'd love, thank you for the attention to the issue and a willingness to hear there is a way forward if the state is willing to make the investment.
Commissioner, thank you. I have one quick question as well.
Yes.
And thank you for giving us the update on the waiting list. You alluded to something that's a little bit outside of course, a discussion about DSPs, but you mentioned the broader workforce, physicians, for example.
Mm-hmm.
My understanding is that most of our community service boards providing services to individuals with mental health diagnoses are still, most of these individuals in our communities are still being treated by primary care physicians. So there's a dearth of psychiatrists across this state.
Absolutely.
Anywhere, even in the private sector. But is that accurate? That I know of a couple in particular that maybe have never really had a psychiatrist. So is that accurate, or could you maybe help me to understand? I know this is getting a little bit off base, but I'd like to understand the degree to which we have psychiatrists treating individuals in our community service boards across the state.
So let me say a couple of things and see if this addresses your question. One, we do have a shortage of psychiatrists, big challenge for us, for the country, but very big challenge for Georgia. Yes, we are very challenged to find psychiatrists and doctors who want to treat especially complex individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. One of the strategies that we've taken on through our division, through our Office of Health and Wellness, is that any doctor that is serving one of our waiver individuals, we have offered training opportunities. We had our first symposium for doctors who are interested in learning more about medical care for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities who are receiving medical and primary care services in the community. So not everyone's going to become a specialist, but we want doctors who are serving our individuals to know more about the specialty needs of our individuals and how to care for them most appropriately. That's been the number one thing that we've found, is that our basic healthcare network acknowledges they are not well equipped to serve our individuals. We want to reduce the fear, reduce the mystery, and we have found when we have done that, when we have done outreach to provide education and training, and they can get CMEs in order to receive that education, folks are much more willing to provide services. What we know is once you start in this work, you can really get engaged and love it. Does that answer your question?
It does, Commissioner, and thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate you being here this morning, and thank you for all that you do and your fine staff.
Thank you
all
very
that they
much.
do for the people of this state.
Appreciate the opportunity to be here. Thank you again.
Gotcha. All right, folks, we have a, and I'm going to look at Tara as I say that we have a group of folks that have, this is Miss Gabrielle, all right. Cedar?
You got it.
Cedar, all right.
Yes.
We have a group of folks, everybody mispronounces mine, so I try to be sensitive to that. We have a group of folks, like Miss Cedar here, who have signed up well in advance to speak, and then we're going to, just to make sure I get this out of the way, we are going to, after we go through this list here of individuals who contacted Tara in advance to speak, we're going to open this up to for public comment as well. Just want to make sure everyone here knows that everyone here will have an opportunity to speak, and we will just monitor our time as we go, Tara, to make sure that we get to everyone. Ms. Cedar, thank you for being here, and you are with Anchor.
Correct.
I'll let you tell us a little bit, tell our committee a little bit about your organization before you begin. Thank you.
Wonderful. Good morning, Chairman Petrie, members of the committee, and happy Direct Support Professionals Recognition Week. I think I can rush through most of my testimony because, Chairman, you did such a beautiful job summarizing the issues. And Commissioner Fitzgerald, not every state has the fortune of having leadership like Georgia does. My name's Gabrielle Cedar, and I'm the Chief Operations Officer at the American Network for Community Options and Resources, ANCOR. We're a vibrant national trade association that represents over 1,400 community providers of services to individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. To just be quick with my time, I'm going to quicken that to IDD. So when I talk about IDD, I'm talking about intellectual and developmental disabilities. Collectively, our members support over 1 million people with disabilities, and our workforce is about 750,000 strong. We are proud to count the Service Provider Association for Developmental Disabilities and several Georgia providers, your constituents, among our members. Anchor's mission is to advance the ability of our members in supporting people with IDD to fully participate in their communities. And one of our 3 strategic priorities is to obtain resources to attract and retain a quality workforce. This is why I'm honored to be invited to talk about the importance of DSPs and the worsening workforce crisis. We're grateful that the Georgia legislature recognizes the gravity of the situation, and more importantly, people with IDD, when a stable and quality workforce can't be guaranteed. And we so appreciate that you're working towards recommendations to address that. Before I joined Anchor in 2015, I spent 16 years in Pennsylvania, where my primary job was to represent community service providers in front of the state legislature and to advocate for quality services for people with IDD. And what I found was that you can't talk about quality services, you can't talk about addressing policy issues in this arena without talking about the men and women responsible for providing them, hands-on, day in and day out. They're one and the same. I can also tell you, and you'll see through my testimony and data that I share this morning, Georgia is not alone as you grapple with the DSP workforce issue. But how fitting to hold your first hearing during Direct Support Professional Recognition Week, a national event intended to bring attention to the critical role that DSPs play and to bring to light the many obstacles that they face in doing so. Many thanks to Governor Deal for Georgia's gubernatorial proclamation, which echoes this year's bipartisan U.S. Senate resolution, which Commissioner Fitzgerald has already quoted. So what is a DSP? What is a direct support professional? Several Georgia providers are here today, and you'll be able to hear their perspective in their own words. They can't bring their work settings to you. I did provide a video today, but in the interest of time, you have so many wonderful people here to testify. I'm going to keep this within my presentation for you to view at your leisure. And I'm sure many people in this room live this. This is just to share for educational purposes. When you see the video, you'll see that this video features direct support professionals and services from around the country. So Georgia, you are not alone. And depending on how you see this fact could be really encouraging or really overwhelming. But before I dive deep into data, I wanted to assure you there are some bright lights, there are some cracks in the clouds, and I'll share these with you as well. How are we defining a workforce crisis, and what does this mean, and where's the data to back up this claim? Here's what we know. Here's what we know from the National Core Indicators 2016 Staff Stability Support. This is a national survey with 20 states reporting, including Georgia. 45.5 is the national average turnover rate. A majority, 59% of DSPs who left respondents' employment in 2016 did so within the first year. 38%, over a third of the total, left within 6 months. Over a third, 35% of DSPs in respondent service had been there for less of a year. So this is a constantly new workforce, with nearly 1/5 having been there only less than 6 months. Here's what we know from the Paraprofessional Healthcare Institute. That's another national research group. Over half, 56% of the direct care workforce relies on public assistance to make ends meet. 37% are uninsured, and another 21% rely on public insurance. 21% are single parents. 91% of direct support professionals are women, and the bulk of the single parents are mothers. Nearly a quarter of our workforce are immigrants. Based on a report by PHI, who did it with the Aspen Institute, by 2020, there'll be an additional 1.6 million jobs in the direct care field. But the population of women who traditionally support this, aged 24 to 54, will not have grown sufficiently to fill these positions. Very similar projections are being made by the Bureau of Labor Statistics at the U.S. Department of Labor. Here's what we know from a 2016 report from a group called Metasced. Each direct support professional departure costs an employer between $4,200 and $5,200 in direct costs: separation, vacancy, training of a brand new staffer, increased worker injuries, and indirect cost, lost productivity and or client revenue, and that doesn't even get to the need for the continuity of care for people with intellectual disabilities. Low wages are the primary reason that employers reported that direct support professionals left, with lack of a support and appreciation coming second. And here's some Georgia-specific statistics. This is from the National Core Indicators project, and Georgia is highlighted among the other states that have responded. In 2016, Anchor met with the U.S. Secretary of Labor as well as the Commissioner of the Bureau of Labor Statistics to discuss the workforce crisis and to get the latest data on the outlook for this essential workforce. What they shared was staggering. Since 2013, there's been a dramatic spike in the number of vacancies among these jobs compared to hires. There's simultaneously been a spike in the number of individuals in this profession quitting. In the course of the next decade, while other occupations are slated to grow around 7%, our need for workers is growing between 26 and 38%. These numbers, mind you, are quantified for personal care services and home health aides, the category in which direct support professionals fail. It's my assumption, backed by the stories I hear every day, that if DSPs were to be identified alone in this data set, the outcomes would look even more dire. Before I go on, I want to go back to the previous slide to something that the Commissioner mentioned, and that the economy and job growth is wonderful. But what that means for our workforce is that it's even harder to maintain and recruit our staff. And you can see that this is data that the Department of Labor actually compiled for ANCOR. In several conversations, we bring up the fact that we are competing with other low-wage workforces, restaurant workers, janitors, retail salespersons. The Department of Labor constantly asks us, how do you know? Where's the data to back that up? And we said, well, you are the Department of Labor. You probably know. And they said, oh, yeah. So they did the statistics, and this is nationally just affirming what Commissioner Fitzgerald has already said. In a booming economy, it makes things even more of a challenge for our workforce. But why aren't direct support professionals specifically noted in some federal data? It's because they aren't recognized as a specific occupation by the federal government. We're working to change that, and you can too. Currently, when the U.S. Bureau of Labor and Statistics collects wage and occupation data, it combines DSP data with that of personal care assistants and home health aides. And that's problematic because positions like these don't have the same level of responsibility that DSPs have. These occupations might have different funding streams, and thus their classification doesn't accurately reflect the employment costs in the IDD sector. And not tracking DSPs separately contributes to the lack of public awareness and recognition of this very distinct workforce. So ANCOR, now joined by over a dozen national organizations, proposes to resolve this by asking BLS to create what's called a SOC, a Standard Occupational Classification for DSPs. SOCs are how BLS separates out occupations when they create their official data sets. And this isn't just about clean data. The federal government, states, and the private sector rely on BLS data when they plan workforce investments, when they set rates in states, and when they create legislation. To date, at least one state that we're aware of has passed legislation supporting this effort. Illinois passed H.R. 272, which urges BLS to designate the direct support professional as its own standard occupational classification so that more accurate and precise data on this workforce can be captured and analyzed on an ongoing basis. A similar resolution is something that Georgia might consider among its recommendations. Those are the facts, but why do they matter? Every single policy or quality issue for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities inevitably folds back into the workforce, and there's economic implications as well. The direct support workforce forms the backbone of the implementation of the Americans with Disabilities Act. And as the home of the essential Olmstead versus LC case, Georgia, you understand the value and the importance of community integration. Without intervention, states are not going to be able to fulfill their obligations to the Olmstead Supreme Court case, which affirms that under the Americans with Disabilities Act, individuals with mental disabilities have the right to live in their community rather than institutions. There's also the Home and Community-Based Services, the HCBS settings rule, which defines community for the very first time and requires states to undergo a rigorous and transparent process to ensure that HCBS services are being provided in line with that definition. This includes the requirement that individuals have access to more integrated services and that their person-centered planning and individual decision-making leads their service provision. Like the Commissioner stated, this is the right direction, but it also has staffing components that go along with it. Also, the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, which we fondly call WIOA, amends how employment services are provided to people with disabilities and ensures greater access to competitive, integrated employment. A lack of intervention also means, of course, that states will be wholly unable to even attempt to address the growing planning and waiting lists. Each of these laws and federal rules requires staff supports to truly achieve the goals of community integration. ANCOR supported each and every one of these pieces of legislation and rules, but we've always made the point that the direct support professional deficit can't be overlooked when moving forward on these policies. Community integration, competitive integrated employment, and other policy goals can't be fully achieved for people with disabilities until we address the workforce crisis. The dangers of not having an adequate workforce in place are already playing out. You may have seen the Chicago Tribune series issued in November of last year, highlighting abuse and neglect in group homes. Many of the incidents highlighted by the article cite significant harm to an individual, and in some instances, deaths that could have been prevented by adequate staffing. Recent stories by the Philadelphia Inquirer, by National Public Radio, and even Atlanta's own papers have educated the general public on abuses against children and adults with IDD. Important stories to hear. The United States Office of the Inspector General, along with the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Administration on Community Living, recently released a joint report detailing the shortcomings of critical incident reporting. So solving the workforce crisis is not going to eliminate all instances of abuse and neglect. However, as with any business, an adequate professional workforce is a major factor in addressing the possibility of misconduct. Are you ready for some cracks in the clouds? Here's a compilation of recommendations from Anchor's 2017 Workforce White Paper, which I've provided to the committee members today, along with what some states and providers are successfully doing right now to improve their DSP workforce scenarios. Solutions could include states can improve, and Georgia should consider improving DSP wages through greater federal and state investment in the Medicaid program. And this is the program through which those wages are set. In 2018, some states did increase their DSP wages, including Connecticut, Kentucky, and Maine, proving it's possible. States can adopt, and Georgia should consider adopting, innovative recruitment and retention techniques. And here are some ideas that we've seen from our colleagues around the nation. In Iowa, for example, an agency leveraged a federal demonstration project to recruit more specialized DSPs, going beyond the usual recruitment targets. In Ohio, and this program is really cool, the state and some schools partnered with IDD community service providers, reached out to recruit high school students on the verge of dropping out. The program allowed the students to finish school while at the same time training to become DSPs. So really a win-win program that's highlighted in your Impact magazine, which I have shared with you today as well. Another agency created Employer Resource Network to offer DSPs more workplace flexibility and better benefits, leading to increased retention. In Wisconsin, an agency created clear career pathways with built-in wage increases, thus increasing retention. In New York, they're in the process of piloting a multi-tiered credentialing model. If adopted, this model would offer rate incentives to providers if they meet enrollment targets, and wage incentives to DSPs who successfully complete assessments at each level. In this proposal, the increase would be possible because the state would ideally subsidize half the cost of the program, so a shared cost program with the providers, with the goal of drawing down additional federal funding. So as of today, New York is planning on piloting this project, so check with me in a year, and I'll let you know. Illinois has also just recently passed a bill establishing a credentialing program for direct support professionals. States could leverage, and Georgia should consider leveraging, technology to optimize DSP's time and reduce injuries. States like Colorado and Minnesota have begun modernizing their authorized technologies policies to reflect recent developments in technology, such as the more widespread use of tablets, software, and assistive technology. And if you talk to some people with disabilities, especially those receiving supports in their own homes, Alexa is their new best friend. It can do amazing things. So states could incentivize new models for expanding technology and also the traditional pool of the workforce through self-directed services, host home services, and shared living arrangements. But members of the committee, as you're learning about other states, I would be remiss in noting that other states have looked to you as they search for important ways to provide the best supports for people with IDD. For example, Illinois just passed legislation modeled directly on your health risk assessment legislation and specifically cited Georgia as a model in their legislation. So I encourage you to read Anchor's Workforce White Paper for even more detailed recommendations. And I just wanted to share with you what quality services powered by a stable and valued workforce can and do look like. Our foundation within Anchor, the Anchor Foundation, recently embarked on a 3-year public awareness campaign, which we call Included, Supported, Empowered. Its tagline is "Together, we have a stake in building opportunities for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities." Its website at wehaveastake.org and social media pages on Facebook and Twitter showcase successes of people with IDD and the providers and the DSPs whose support help make it possible. So I invite you to take a look and see the good things that are happening and the DSPs that are integral to the incredible successes of people with IDD, even despite the challenges noted today. Each year, Anchor selects DSPs from around the nation that have gone above and beyond to support individuals with intellectual disabilities and their families. So I'd like to introduce to you Georgia's own DSP of the Year for 2018, Ms. Shanta Luster of Sunrise Community, that's in Thomasville. She's on page 20 of your Recognizing Excellence magazine, which I shared with each of you today. So as you research and learn the full extent of the workforce crisis, you might be thinking the DSP workforce issue seems too costly to solve. And indeed, as the Commissioner mentioned, appropriate wages and rates are critical components, but not the only ones. Moreover, the belief that this issue is too costly to solve overlooks the fact that until state and federal policies and budgets address workforce, you're not making the best and most efficient use of taxpayer dollars. So why state and federal policies? Why can't providers just pay DSPs more? That's a question we get a lot. It's because intellectual and developmental disabilities service providers rely almost exclusively on Medicaid funding for revenue, which restricts their flexibility to increase wages. To further clarify what that means, IDD providers do not receive funding from private insurance companies. They don't benefit from other profit-generating sources like hospitals, and they don't benefit from private pay. They are price takers, not setters. And as I mentioned earlier, each direct support professional departure cost an employer between $4,200 and $5,200 in direct costs. Multiply that by a workforce that's approaching 1 million, that has an average 45% turnover rate. That's $911 million, nearly $1 billion, that could be used to strengthen and improve services to those already receiving them, to provide services for people with IDD who've been waiting for too long, and simultaneously raising the wages of the existing workforce. Georgia, you're not alone. Medicaid is a unique state and federal partnership, and Anchor is here to partner with you. As you address the workforce crisis within Georgia, here's what we are asking Congress to do to assist you on the federal level. And I can see that that's a little bit hard to read, but some of these things are asking for that SOC, that Standard Occupational Classification. We're asking CMS, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, to confirm Medicaid payments are authorized for the use of innovative technology solutions. We'd like to allow providers to reinvest savings generated by using technology to actually deliver services. We'd like to revisit the Transition to Independence Act, which is focused on how the DSP workforce enhances community engagement and community living. And we'd like to support federal, state, and local pipeline programs to increase the number of people entering the DSP field. Chairman Petrie, members of the committee, thank you so much for allowing Anchor to be a part of your important work. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have. Please see Anchor as a resource to you. And to the direct support professionals here today, thank you for the work that you do. We see you, we advocate for you, and we truly appreciate you. Thank you.
Ms. Sedor, thank you for your excellent comments. I want to, we're going to remember here Ms. Shanta Luster we're going to have to make sure that Representative Darlene Taylor is aware that
That would be
her
wonderful.
constituent in Thomasville was the DSP of the year. So thank you for that. And for all your good comments, I have a question first. I want to first mention that I appreciate your comments about Georgia being used in other states. And indeed, we gather great ideas from other states. You know, U.S. Supreme Court Justice Louis Brandeis once described the states as laboratories of democracy, and that's what we're supposed to be. We come up with good ideas, and they can be recognized in other states.
Yep.
We also see failures in some states that we can learn. So we learn from each other, and that's
Right.
how we, how we advance
Right.
each state going forward. I do want to mention, you mentioned technology, which I think is
Yes.
a great point.
Yes.
Tablets, et cetera. Here in Georgia, we are now going to electronic visit verification,
Right.
which in fact, our deputy commissioner in the back of the room there, I think is here with us today at Department of Community Health, or at least I saw him earlier, and is handling that, and we're pleased to see that. But is that a way that you have seen in other states, speaking to that issue, where we can more efficiently, by making sure we don't have fraud and making sure that every hour that is utilized is indeed an hour where an individual receive care? That's one of those ways of using technology to our advantage, right? To make sure that we maximize the use of those caregivers we do have. Would you speak to that, please?
That is an excellent question. Electronic visit verification, EVV, is something that I think people have had a lot of questions about. I think it's inevitable. I think it's going to happen. The need for people to know what's happening and if services are actually going to be provided.
Absolutely.
But because there have been so many questions and so little guidance, frankly, from CMS to states on how they implement this, ANCOR actually led the charge for legislation that would allow states to delay implementation for an additional year. That just passed.
Okay.
And additionally, if states feel they need more time to bring in more stakeholders, to give them assurances, to talk about costs and resources, they can apply for an additional 1-year good faith extension to CMS. So what does that mean? Some of the questions that we have been hearing, especially from our colleagues in self-advocacy groups in Washington, comes around self-directed services. So the concept of electronic visit verification is that you notify electronically when a service starts and when it ends, and where you are and what you're doing. For someone who's living independently, who self-directs their own supports, hires their own staff, there's a privacy issue around that. If I want to go to the mall for 5 hours with my staff, I don't need to tell you that. There's debates on both sides about that. But because there has been so little guidance from CMS, we have asked that states just have a little bit more time before they're faced with penalties in implementing this system. So it gives states a little more time to be planful, to reach out to various stakeholder groups. There's also a little bit of confusion around which services are covered and which are not.
Thank you. And again, I want to make sure I understand you. So, and I wasn't familiar with your position, but so y'all are not opposed to EVV, because
No.
it struck me that is an example
Yep.
of using technology to maximize the utilization of our direct support staff.
If I may,
And seems to me that would be consistent with
Yeah.
with that comment.
Chairman, if I may, I could offer a few more examples of how technology could help alleviate the direct care crisis. It's in no way going to ever replace the hands-on care that direct support professionals offer. But what it can do is, through the use of tablets, through the use of more efficient record-keeping electronic systems. It allows DSPs to spend more time on the job that they were hired to do, which is support people with disabilities, and less time on paperwork and filing, and all. So that's one option. It also opens up a world of possibilities for the people that they support. For example, the Uber app, ride-sharing app, has allowed people to live more independently than they ever have. So a cell phone and an app opens worlds.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Sedor. Any questions from the committee from Ms. Sedor?
Do I get the Christmas question?
I think that is that a standing question, Representative? Okay. So you have to answer Representative Donahue's Christmas question.
Thank you, sir. So we are fully aware that money does not grow on trees, and that Georgia has limited resources and a lot of responsibilities. So my Christmas wish would be to put forward policies to allow service providers to use the funds that they have the most efficiently. So if you do implement technology within the state of Georgia, if there are savings to be had, allow the provider community to reinvest those savings or put them back into the waiting list or raise the wages of their staff. So when you find efficiencies, keep it within the IDD system to allow it to flourish and grow as it should.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sedor. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to welcome Representative Wayne Howard, who is with us today from Augusta. I mentioned earlier that we had terrible traffic this morning. Thank you, Representative, for being here. We are excited about you being part of this committee, and look forward to the balance of this day. Next on the agenda, we have Mr. Ed Waits, a parent. Thank you for being here.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for giving me just a few minutes, and I'll take just a few minutes. A quick Google search, Chairman Petrie allowed me to learn just a little bit more about you, and I'm sure the good people of Savannah are very grateful for the hard work that Coastal Home Care does in your community, and I appreciate that, and I'm sure the rest of the state does as well. In regards to Commissioner Fitzgerald, I think she's left unfortunately, but in her comments, she made a point that's never really dawned on me, but it's very real, away from the hands-on care that the direct service providers provide, the basic activities of daily living. That personal connection that is made with the people that they care for is incalculable. You can't touch that, but it's so real. And as I think about the services that my daughter gets, that's huge. I'm embarrassed to say that was lost on me. But anyway, and again, your understanding, obviously, in your opening remarks was also very meaningful. So I'll be brief. My name's Ed Waits. My daughter is Mary Catherine Waits, and she's a 26-year-old young lady, and she lives in a UCP group home in Snellville, Georgia. Mary Catherine was born at 28 weeks and at age 9 months, and she was diagnosed with perioventricular leukomalacia. Big complex name. Quite simply, it's a lack of blood flow and oxygen to the brain causing a significant injury. And in Mary Catherine's case, that's left her nonverbal, non-ambulatory, lacking any muscle tone, unable to manage herself in space, fully dependent on caregiver, for management of all aspects of her life. And as I just mentioned, feeding, bathing, dressing, toileting, transferring, the entirety. Delightful young lady, just very involved in her handicap. Her mother and I are always parents. We were the primary caregivers for 21 years before she moved to Ashley Forest, and that's been a tremendous experience for us. In that role of parent and caregiver, And there are direct service providers here, I know, and I don't have to tell anybody in this room the stress that is. But one of my wife's and my goal was to make sure we both didn't spin off the map on the same day. I mean, somebody had to be on point when the other was losing their minds, right? And we were successful in doing that and grateful. So I don't want you to take my comments this morning as all about Mary Catherine or all about Lyle and me. They're not. They're about a desperately in need population in this state, in fact nationally, that need our support. I will say, however, from firsthand experience, that being a full-time caregiver is draining. It's draining, it's exhausting, it's physically, mentally, spiritually, emotionally draining. And the respect I have for the day-to-day caregivers is immense. It can also be uplifting in many ways, as we've heard this morning as well. Knowing that you're doing something for someone who cannot do for themselves, simply loving people for who they are, I think is the uplifting part of it all. Mary Catherine was very fortunate, and her mother and I are very humbled by the fact that she did receive a Medicaid waiver. I know how long the waiting list is. We've heard about it this morning. Gratefully, it's been reduced by a quarter, but that doesn't change the fact that there's still 6,000 people on it. Hopefully some attention can be given to that in this broader context. Mary Catherine, as I mentioned, she's just forgive me. You can imagine from my brief description, she is relying on her direct support professionals to meet her basic needs. And we're here this morning mainly to focus on quality, consistent, dependability, and reliability. I think those four words are very important: quality, dependability, reliability, and consistency. And the care that UCP of Georgia is providing, and close to 100 other direct care organizations around our state are able to provide for an in-need, fragile, vulnerable population is absolutely critical. Quality certainly comes from training, but consistency comes from having the same caregiver in place over the long term. The constant turnover is draining on the organization providing the services, and it's stressful for an individual receiving care. Those who deliver care and those who receive care develop relationships over time. They come to know each other, what they like and what they don't like, how they need to be moved, fed, dressed, and the like. Imagine coming home every evening and routinely finding a stranger in your home. I mean, or going to work and routinely finding new associates in place. Disconcerting, I would say, at the very least, frightening, perhaps even, to have that inconsistency in your life and the unknowns about your daily environment. So how do we overcome this virtual revolving door of caregivers? Certainly a work environment where all are valued, respected, and appreciated is important and expected, but absent a living wage, consistent quality is not possible. And beyond care delivery, unless we can pay our direct support staff appropriately, organizations like UCP will remain in constant mode of application review, vetting, hiring, and training, all of which burns time and money and in no way contributes to the primary mission of providing meaningful support to those we serve. So I simply ask for your support in support of the people in direct contact with some of the most vulnerable in our society with a living wage. I mentioned it's exhausting, and thank God there are people that are willing and able and compassionate enough to do this type of work. They are angels in our midst, and they deserve all the respect that there is. That's all I've got. Questions?
Thank you, Mr. Waits. Any questions from the committee? Mr. Waits, thank you so much, sir. Thank you for being here today.
My pleasure. And just to continue with the Christmas question,
Yes, sir.
I will gratefully and humbly say that Christmas has already come for me. My daughter received a waiver, a Medicaid waiver, and she is the beneficiary of the services provided by UCP of Georgia in both day program and residential programs. My Christmas wish that we find ways to make the most vulnerable able to receive the same benefits that my daughter has. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Waits. We should all be proud of how leadership in this state has been focused on making sure that we protect the state's most vulnerable citizens. Thank you so much. Mrs. Terry Carter from United Cerebral Palsy is here with us next.
Good morning, and let me first say thank you, Chairman Petrie and the committee members, for allowing us the opportunity to speak this morning. My name is Terry Carter, and I am the Director of Human Resources and Training for United Cerebral Palsy of Georgia. I'm listening to the information from Anchor and everyone else who's spoken, and I can honestly say that one of the most enjoyable parts of my job and what motivates me as a human resources professional to create a positive environment for my employees is actually seeing direct support professionals interact with the individuals in our program. If any HR professional wants to create that environment for their employees, watch our direct support professionals interact with our individuals, and that makes you jump out of bed and want to work every morning. There are 500 United Cerebral Palsy employees across the state of Georgia working toward our mission, which is to positively support and impact the achievement of a life without limitations for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. One of our biggest obstacles to achieving this mission is, of course, turnover of direct support professionals. I'd like to point out that this is not an issue specifically in Atlanta, but it is in every community that we support, from Columbus to Macon, Augusta, Valdosta, and in Savannah. So it is a problem across the state. Despite UCP having higher than average pay rates and competitive benefits, we still continue to trend at the state and national level of close to 50% in turnover. I'd like to point out that 75% of our exits out of the organization are categorized as voluntary, which means that 75% of people who are leaving the organization are consciously choosing to leave and are resigning, versus the converse of us asking them to leave due to some sort of separation. Exit data shows that one of the primary reasons, of course, for leaving the organization and the industry is because of pay rates. Professionals, this work is meaningful and powerful, but it is also hard. Employees find that it's easier to work. You can find easier work for less money. In the retail industry, for instance, they pay maybe in some instances $1 more than entry-level positions for direct support professionals. But seldom do these retail employees have to make what are serious life and death decisions. 29% of our exits occur within the first 6 months, and this number includes candidates who have accepted offers of employment but who do not show on the first day. We've already invested the money into the pre-employment contingencies, the drug tests, the background checks. All of that has already been invested into this candidate, and then they don't show on the first day, oftentimes citing that they found another position with a higher pay rate in between the time that they've gotten the offer and the time to start. And then, of course, as an employer, there's also another challenge with unemployment, 3.9%. There's a lot of people that are available that aren't able to pass the pre-employment contingency, such as background checks and drug tests. So we have to wade through that as well as we source and try to find talent. Of course, we all know that there are tangible and intangible costs of turnover. Job posting costs, pre-employment contingencies, training, recruitment bonuses, overtime to find people to cover shifts. But the intangible costs that we see and that I see and that I hear every day are definitely employee morale. To the point that was made earlier by the gentleman, it is really difficult and it is very demoralizing to work with someone one day and you all partner in a house, and then 2 weeks later that person is gone. The other thing is employee burnout, fatigue, safety, and the challenge, one of the challenges and what hurts my heart is work-life balance. Our direct support professionals also are family members. And, if someone decides that they're not going to return to work, imagine being a mother wanting to go pick up their children, and our employees do not leave the individuals. So they are forced and scrambling to make concessions to get their families taken care of. The biggest intangible cost goes back to our mission. High turnover has a major impact on the lives of the individuals that we support. We are competing against employers in all sectors for talent. The search for and retention of talent is a hard and daunting task that my team constantly asks and questions what we could do different, better, or more of in order to retain and recruit top talent. We have found that not just in professions such as nursing and educators are employers offering sign-on and recruitment bonuses, but even deli workers are offering sign-on and recruitment bonuses upwards of $800 to $1,000 in order to attract talent. We are in a crisis. The revolving door of talent cycling in and out of the industry will prevent the effective growth, care, and support of individuals in Georgia with intellectual and developmental disabilities. We definitely appreciate your efforts and your support and for listening to us here today.
Thank you so much, Ms. Carter. Any questions from the committee for Ms. Carter from United Cerebral Palsy? And Mr. Donahue, are you going to insist on your Christmas question throughout?
Everybody.
We may. Okay, Ms. Carter.
Welcome.
Oh.
Your
All right.
wish.
Yeah,
We
we'll.
all have a wish, and we too much, we assume sometimes what that is, and we can't get everything we want. But however, throw that in and let us know, because it might intrigue us to venture out and maybe accomplish something.
Of course, my number one wish, it would be increased pay rates for our direct support direct support professionals. The second thing on my wish list would be the funding to help create better opportunities for our direct support professionals, for instance, to find childcare, reasonably priced childcare, or to help with educational growth and development. So those would be the two things on my wish list.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. And what we'll do going forward is we will let those individuals that want to speak to the Christmas wish list, we'll just allow you to do so. You can automatically do that, and if you don't, we will know that that will be all right as well. Ms. Carla Green, who may be a constituent of Representative Howard here, because she is from Augusta and a direct support professional with RHA we have here, and from Augusta, Georgia. Ms. Green, thank you for being here this morning.
Good morning, and thank you. Good morning. My name is Carla Garrison Green, and I'm a group home manager for RHA in Augusta. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments about the need for fair wages for the direct support staff. I feel like the health care is like taking care of one of your own family members. I know we're told not to get attached because it's a job, but it's hard to do that. We're often with them more than we're with our own families, and you start to care for them as if they are your families. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. You get attached and you begin to advocate for them, and you take care of them. Make sure they're healthy, make sure they live life to the fullest. You become part of them to make them happy. Okay. This is not a 9-to-5 job. This is a job that continually goes on. I mean, I know more about my people that I serve sometimes than I do about my personal family. So, I mean, I don't know. I just get very emotional when I talk about it, especially when you have people that come in and when their own families don't want to take care of them, you start to, I'm just saying, what we do is very hard, very, very hard. It's easier for me to take care of them than it is for me to stand up here. I feel like I'm about to pass out talking to you all. I really am.
You're doing a great job,
I
Ms. Green.
really-
You're doing a great job. We can
I'd
see
rather
your
be there
passion.
with them. And then, and then the lady that was talking earlier about how the doctors and the primary care and the psychiatrists, that's not in my notes, but I wanted to talk about that too. Sometimes if they don't work together, we can't get to that big goal of making them healthy, making them live as normal as possible. And it's a big thing that we need to get those doctors together to, to make sure that what we're doing for them is keeping them on the right track. So, and my personal issue with this is I've been in this position for over 20 years. When I first applied for the job, I had took a friend to get the job when I moved to Georgia. And she's like, well, just don't sit there, fill out the application. Well, I did. I actually got the job. She didn't get the job. I said, I'm only going to be here for a little while. My kids were I had just got a divorce. I had just moved here. I said, my kids are in elementary school. I got one going to middle school. And once again, I said, I'm not going to be here long. 20 years later, I'm still here.
Wow.
And all between that time, I've been beaten up, I've been punched, I've been kicked, I've been through a lot. Recently, I had brain surgery done last year because of all the years of all the abuse and everything that but that's just part of the job. That's what, and the doctor's like, well, when are you gonna leave? I said, leave where? Leave to go back to work? I even asked to go back early. He's like, no, I'm still here and I'm gonna stay here as long as possible. And my wish list for Christmas is I want to see all these changes and all the new things and all the help that our individuals deserve. That's my wish, to see all that gets done. So thank you very much.
Mrs. Green, thank you so much. And you raised some profound points when you talked about some of the behaviors you've dealt with and that you've had to deal with. My question earlier to the commissioner about you are dead on. We need to make sure that all of the healthcare professionals in this system are available, and we do have a dearth of, in society, of psychiatrists, and individuals need the best quality care.
Yes,
They need the best quality direct support professionals. They also need the best quality physicians to treat their special needs, and so that is a great point. Thank you for being. Any questions from the committee? Representative Howard has who may be your representative, has a question for you, Ms. Green.
Ms. Green, thank you for coming. I was looking out in the audience and I thought I recognized some of the faces here. Where are you located in Augusta?
Where? 208C. Oh, our address is 208 Pitcairn Way. We're over there. What's the name of that hotel? Doubletree. Over near the Doubletree.
I think he's probably speaking to where you live, Ms. Green. What part of town do you live?
Where you do the service. you
We're in
offer.
South Augusta.
Okay. And what part? I mean,
Like Tobacco Road. Most of our individuals come from Gracewood.
okay.
So, we were all in that Tobacco Road area.
All right.
In Windsor Spring area.
Can you make sure I get some contact information on you
Yes, sir.
before you leave? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Green. Thank you so much for your kind comments. Ms. Deborah Conway is next, Director of Cross Plains Community Partners in Dalton, Georgia. Ms. Conway, your representative is not here. I'm pretty sure of that, but we are glad you're here.
Well, thank you very much, and good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for your willingness to listen and this opportunity to share this morning. I'm Debbie Conway, and I represent Cross Plains Community Partner up in Dalton, as you said, and I'd like to share a little bit with you today about day services and supported employment and the role of the direct support staff. Over the years, the role of the DSP has evolved, changed, and become increasingly more complex as families and individuals and systems have changed their expectation for service delivery. While I and many others are a real champion for the change, meaning people with disabilities get to live a real life and do all the things they desire and afforded all the opportunities that other fellow citizens have, I also know that without competent, valued DSPs to deliver the service, the opportunity remains limited to the fortunate few. Over the last several years, we've heard the expectation loud and clear for providing person-centered services that afford people lots of opportunities to be a part of their community, have meaningful days, and find employment. Cross Plains and many of our fellow providers have fully embraced these practices, meaning all staff and especially DSPs focus on listening and respecting and supporting the daily choices that people make. However, while philosophically these values are very understood, it remains hard to expect this when we don't apply those same principles to the very people who are providing the direct service. As providers, we try to engage in practices that include more innovative ways to develop and nurture and show staff how much we value them. However, at the end of the day, if that does not include a livable wage and staff can't make their rent or keep up with their bills, then people are forced to resign. I've been intrigued over the past couple of years by the letters of resignation that I've received, which state things like, although this work is often hard, I love my job. I love supporting with people with disabilities to become more successful. It's been a great experience working at Cross Plains and with people with disabilities. And then I bring them in for an exit interview, and I hold the letter of resignation, and I say, so why, based on everything that you said in your letter of resignation, are you resigning? And time again I hear, I really hate to resign, but I just need to earn more money. I just can't survive or sustain on what I'm currently earning. Dalton is the capital of the world, and we're surrounded by carpet mills. And we, like many other organizations, are competing with industries that can offer much higher pay and entry-level jobs. Many times we've experienced job coaches who have the complex task of assisting people to find and maintain employment, who report they've connected and trained someone for a job that pays a higher salary than they're earning themselves. Georgia recently became an employment-first state, which gives people now a real opportunity and shot at becoming employed. But I'm concerned that unless we have the direct support in job coaches that can deliver the service, it will remain just an ideal because we don't have the capacity in DSPs to deliver the service. Here are a few words that I thought that I would collect directly from DSP so you can hear from them instead of me to describe their daily work in day services and supported employment. From our day service DSPs, they said, we are the care and support of the most basic needs for daily living. We're problem solvers. We're emotional support givers. We're drivers. We're community builders. We're activity coordinators. We're behavioral support. We're health monitors. And we're documenters, and all of the duties as they occur for sustaining daily life. For our job coaches, we're career builders. We're negotiators, we're salespeople, we're relationship builders, we're teachers, we have to become social security experts, we're drivers, and all of the duties as they occur on any given day. Our hope is that we can recognize the essential role that DSPs play in the array of different services that we all provide, and that consequently we can compensate DSPs for a real profession that allows all people, including DSPs, to live a life and choose a job that pays them a livable wage and provides our communities and people with disabilities a needed and ever-growing support service. Thank you again for listening. My Christmas wish would be much of the same. That we really could, for people like Irma, who did such a beautiful job, give them a livable wage. And maybe some of the other things that we've heard today that could increase the capacity in our DSP pool. And ultimately, we would see that impact those 6,000 people that are on the planning list.
Thank you, Ms. Conway. Thank you for being here this morning. Any questions from the committee? Thank you, Ms. Conway. Yes, I'm sorry. Oh, wow. Well, let's announce this right now, shall we? Okay, well, wow. Juliana McConnell, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. One of my favorites. Folks, we have a proclamation that we just got from the governor's office. This was just signed, I'm told, by the governor. Right, Juliana? Just signed by the governor. This is a proclamation. Direct Support Professionals Recognition Week. So this is a proclamation acknowledging Direct Support Professionals Week, just signed, we are told, by Governor Nathan Deal. And by the way, folks, again, point of privilege, personal privilege, this governor has been so good. This is a man who has shown his compassion for our most vulnerable citizens in this state again and again and again while I have served in this legislature. And I am so proud that I began in politics under this great governor. We're very proud of this. Thank you, Ms. McConnell. All right, we're going to continue. Oh, okay, I tell you what. Ms. Tara, can we take a quick break? See, I told y'all she was the boss. All right, we're going to take, how long, Tara? 10 minutes, folks. We're going to take 10 minutes, and then we're going to rock and roll through the next of the rest of these testimonies. Thank you. 10 minutes. So at 10 o'clock. 1 minute. In the interest of making sure everybody leaves on time, we are going to begin. We are going to begin. No, thank you. No problem. The agenda, and I'm going to go ahead and tell you who's on deck. Who's on first? We're going to begin with Miss Lisa Reisman and Mr. Bill Kaplan, the CEO and COO of Complete Home Care. And on deck will be Miss Irma Lowry and then Miss Camilla Johnson. And so thank you, Ms. Reisman, Mr. Kaplan. Thank you all for being here today.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. Thank you for hearing our pleas. This is Gregory. Gregory has been in our service for 11 years, and he's here to let you know how important his services are. I prepared a little. I'll try to follow it. This is a demanding job, okay? We care for individuals physically, emotionally, socially, and spiritually. We provide physical care, bathe, grooming, dressing, toileting. We are constantly monitoring for triggers of behaviors that can cause outbursts that put us at risk for injury. We are taking individuals to their doctor's appointments, to their dentists, to their places of worship. We are helping individuals work on their goals to live in the community. We spend hours documenting and redoing our documentation until DBHDD is satisfied, until DCH is satisfied, until QLaurent is satisfied, and until our accreditation agency is satisfied, just to name a few. I want to talk to you about our average rate of pay at Complete Care at Home here located in Dunwoody. We are licensed for 16 counties throughout the metropolitan Atlanta area. Our average pay rate for our DSPs is $11.10 per hour, with a range from $10.50 to $14 an hour. You would think that our competition is other home health care agencies, nursing homes, assisted living facilities, mental health facilities, and participant-directed services, which typically pays $1 to $2 per hour more. But our competition is also Walmart. A Google search, they are now paying $13.17 per hour on average. Target is starting everyone at $11 an hour with a promise of $15 per hour by 2020. Fast food chains have been mentioned and other retail stores have been mentioned. But the big one that we're in competition for is people that can afford to pay privately, okay? They are paying privately for one of our DSPs and luring them away from this career. I want to tell you about my turnover rate. In 2017, I hired 115 people. At the end of August last month, 74, that's 64%, were no longer active in my organization over the past 20-month period. In 2018, for the first 8 months, I've already hired 87 people. 27 of those are no longer active. That's 31% have already left voluntarily our company. Last year, I had 2,051 hours of care I could not fill. This year, in 8 months alone, I have not been able to fill 2,574 hours of care. That's a 25% increase over last year, and we're only 2/3 of the way through the year. We know that fewer and fewer people are choosing caregiving. The opportunities for women have opened up in the United States steadily over the last 20 years. There is a huge shortage of individuals who are pursuing this career, and it is projected to get worse. Another challenge we have is the elimination of the companion exemption. Before the repeal of the companion exemption, an employee could work as many hours as one agency felt was acceptable and that they could safely provide the care. Many times, this was on average 60 hours per week. Now, because we are holding employees closely to a 40-hour work week, the employees are now working for 2 to 4 agencies. In 2016, my overtime spent was 2% of payroll. Already for 2018, my overtime has been 6% of my payroll. Thank you, Greg. Medicaid does not reimburse at time and a half when an employee goes over 40 hours. We are hiring tired employees. They're falling asleep on the job because they're working for more than one agency. Greg needs consistency. He needs quality care. That can't be attained without having committed individuals that will take the time to learn his communication style. I want to share with you Flora. Flora is what we need She's been with Greg for 9 years. Okay? She, Greg's like, hey, hey. So, he loves her.
Very true.
So, let me share with you who's applying for these jobs. And it's scary. More and more applicants cannot pass the background check. They cannot pass the basic caregiving test we give. They cannot pass the English proficiency test. They struggle with reading and writing English. When you do have an individual that passes all of the employment criteria and you hire them, you pray that they'll show up for orientation. If they show up for orientation, you pray that they'll show up for work. These positions are considered entry-level positions, and caregiving is a shortstop. Thank you, Greg. Thank you. Each of us here is only one accident or one illness away from needing a caregiver, okay? You may not be aware of the problem today, but an accident on the way home today could change all that, okay? We need consistency, we need quality care. We have to professionalize this career. There has to be a change, a paradigm shift in how society views caregivers. Because those that love this work, if we can draw them into it, the only way to keep them is to pay them. It's hard work. What I would request for Christmas, okay, is I think one of the hardest things is attracting people to this career. I am a nurse practitioner by trade. Nursing is my passion. Caregiving is my passion. I've just signed a contract with Emory University to be an ambulatory clinical site, hoping to inspire others to choose the IDD community as their choice of employment. If you could provide dollars to train caregivers for them to go, I'm out of money. My reimbursement doesn't allow me to keep training and training a new workforce over and over. There's no money left in the pot. I can't afford to pay $1,500 to a CNA school or to further their education or to train them. I can't build quality caregivers because every time I train one, we get a third through the training, they're gone. Training is huge. Please help us attract people back into this field. Help us elevate this career. This is the most noble of causes, in my opinion, out there when we care for those who cannot care for themselves. Thank you. I want to introduce Bill Kaplan. He is our HR Director and Office Manager at Complete Care at Home.
Good morning. I just want to add a few things to what Lisa has wonderfully said. I'll give you a little personal background of myself. I have been in the healthcare industry now 30 years. I did not plan on going into the healthcare industry when I came out of college. It happened. But I will never go away from it because of the passion that I have accumulated over time. About 15 years ago, I worked with the home healthcare side of things, dealing with Medicare dollars, some Medicaid dollars as well. And it drains you over time. Most of my work was mainly on the inside of things, looking from out behind the glass, never really touching people. You asked my wife today, she would have never expected me to be where I am today. I had to take a break. I took a break for about 9 months, and amazingly, somehow, intervention dropped in and pulled me over to Complete Care at Home. And I said, okay, I'm gonna go back into this. but I want to do this and I want to make a difference. I have touched more people personally, probably in the last 7 years, than I have done in my entire life. That is normally not me. But I see Flora, and I see Greg, and I see our other 30 individuals out there that we are providing the best quality care that we can provide out there. Lisa hired me to try to find ways to go to AT&T and Comcast and every other vendor and say, we need our costs reduced so that we can provide the quality care to be able to pay individuals such as Flora, so they can keep that passion that I have gained. Those are the things that we need in this industry. Yes, we need funding, but we need caregivers that truly want to do this, because we know what caregiving is all about. They love what they do. And that's what I feel we need to continue. We actually have a training class every other week for new hires. We anticipate that we can try to have 12 people in there every time. We train for 16 hours before we get them out into the field. We are lucky to have 2 or 3 people show up after they have come in and interviewed, because by the time that we have to go through our fingerprinting and background checks and do the things to make sure that these are quality caregivers that we're sending into the home to take care of our individuals, by that point they may have found employment somewhere else. We have executed 401k over the last couple of years. We do as much training as we possibly can. Like I said, I have tried to save every penny that we can so that we can funnel our funds over to benefits and pay to our individuals. I am running out of ideas, and I personally feel I do a very good job at that. So normally you hear from an accounting type person, me and her would normally butt heads. We do not. We find ways to make sure that we are providing the highest quality of care, and that's why we are asked to care for many of these individuals. But again, we are running out of ideas. My wish list is, yes, more funding. If it can't be done in a form of direct reimbursement, maybe there's some ways, as Lisa had mentioned, that we can give back to some form of training or something to get these folks enticed to stay in our industry. Additionally, I have never seen in my time maybe some kind of advertising through the governmental sources or something that say, look at our individuals. Get your head back into wanting to provide care to these folks. Because that's what, when we see folks like Greg and many of our other clients out there, it builds that passion for people like Flora to say, you know what, I really do want to do this. This is why I got into the healthcare field, because I have that passion. I am a caregiver. Yes, I need to pay my bills, but ultimately, I want to provide that care so that we can make Greg's life wonderful. We have kept him out of the hospital for how many years? I mean, Greg's life is pretty good, is it not? So, I mean, he is living a good life. That's my wish for this year.
Thank you, sir. Thanks to both of you. Ms. Reisman, I appreciate your passion. I want to mention something as well. First of all, thanks, Greg, for being here. Thank you, Greg. And Flora, what are 9 years with a consistent caregiver? That is phenomenal. And in light of, well, thank you. Thanks to all of you for being here. What passion I saw in you. You know, you mentioned a couple of things that were interesting that I think, as we consider these issues going forward, we need to recognize. One of the things you touched on was the companion exemption issue. That is an example of government policies intending to help people and ultimately harming them. And the previous presidential administration removed the companion exemption, and ultimately what it did was actually not benefit caregivers, but actually harm them, in that they aren't getting overtime and now are having to work multiple jobs. That's a good example as we think about ways as a state government can improve these circumstances, we have to recognize that sometimes we can actually make things worse with government policies. And so I appreciate that. You also mentioned, obviously, the thriving economy. I want to recognize someone who just walked in, who we're going to hold accountable for our booming economy. One of my dear friends and the chairman of economic development in this state, Representative Ron Stevens, also from Savannah, who has done more to probably stimulate economic opportunity in Georgia and raise wages for all of our people than anybody I know, and I just want to thank him for being here. Obviously, that's a two-edged sword. That's great for our people. Correct. The greatest social program, folks, is a job. That's what Ronald Reagan said, and that's the truth. But as we find so many of our people have good jobs, we have to find solutions to the problems that you brought to us here this morning, and thank you for being here. Thank you, Representative Stevens, for being here as well. Are there any questions from the committee as we move on? No? Thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
Ms. Irma Lowry is up next. Ms. Lowry, where are you from, Ms. Lowry?
I'm from Augusta, Georgia.
From Augusta, all right. I tell you what,
It's my
Representative
friend.
Howard's got all his folks showing up this morning.
Amen.
Thank you for being here.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and to the Workforce Committee, and to all the beautiful people that are here today, because I know we are all here for the same purpose. I had this long speech here, but I'm like Carla, my coworker here. If you can't speak from your heart about your passion, it's not your passion. I started this career way back 38 years ago. I've been in this field 38 years, have not lost my passion for what I do. This year, I was honored to receive the 2018 SPAD Award for the state of Georgia. So to Ms. Blakely, I say thank you so much, and to the committee. But with all of that being said, having that award was awesome, but what we do is more awesome. I think everything that I've heard here today kind of summed up my speech, because we work hard. We work from our heart, and that's what's so different. We work with passion because we want to see a difference. My ultimate goal every day when I get staff, because I am a proud residential manager of RHA Health Services. When we get staff, when I do an interview, my ultimate thing to the people that we bring in to try to bring in for help is, I want you to work with a passion. I want this to come from your heart. I want you to know that this is what you want to do. If I take my people out in the community, our IDD population, don't try to mess with my folks, because you mess with me. But I tell them it should be that you want to make a difference. You ought to want to enhance their lives to the utmost. I often hear when we take our people out sometimes, oh, you're special. It takes special people like you to do what you do. No, it takes people like the people we serve to allow us to share in their life and trust us in their life because of what they've been through. So no, they're the special people. So today I'm here for a goal because I speak for every DSA in the state of Georgia. Yes, we are underpaid. As a manager, I cry sometimes because many of our people have had to have 2 jobs. And it does bring a crisis. It brings a crisis because when we need them at a crisis moment, they're on their 2nd job. Or when we need to schedule them, they're on their 2nd job. And sometimes that's a conflict. Continuity, as I heard one of the gentlemen say, is so important. We are their families. We bring that gap, that disconnect from the family to our programs, to us, the providers. See, sometimes the family don't trust us. They don't know if we're providing the right services. But when you're able to make that connection and assure them that, yes, we are providing that service. Yes, we are nurses when they're sick. We're their friends when they're unhappy. We laugh with them. We listen to their stories on a daily basis. We advocate. We speak for those who can't speak for themselves. We speak on their behalf. And when it comes to the care, the medical care, sometimes we have to make decisions that those doctors aren't doing what they're supposed to do. And we change and get other doctors. That's what we do. We spit on, we hit on, we even throw feces at. But guess what? We'll do it all over and over and over again. Why? Because that's what great DSAs do. I call them DSAs, that's what we're called. But we are the DSA professionals. That's what we do. And we'll do it over and over and over again. So today I say to all of you, the Workforce Committee, and all of you, don't stop doing what you're doing. We're going to keep fighting this thing because we are not going to give up on our passion and our love for what we do. So I solicit to you. Only way we're going to bring, and I'm going to tell you something that one of our biggest challenges is drawing men. We need men. We need men in every aspect of our life. Yes, men, we need you. But we need you in the field of IDD. Why? Because sometimes we have some issues we can't handle. And we need some strong men. But guess what? With our salaries, they're not competitive. They can't feed their families off of them. So when we bring them in, and I understand what they mean about the turnover, because we bring them in and we train them. We do the background checks. We do all of that. And guess what? They may stay on the job 2 weeks. And now all that's going down the drain. So I do solicit to you. We do this with a passion, so think enough of us to pay us our worth. And even if you don't, we still gonna stay here, but we asking it because we need it. I thank you for your time, and I'm gonna show you what I'm gonna do for this. This is what we do for this. We speak from our heart, and we serve from our heart. And I'm just gonna leave you with this. The harvest is plenty, but truly the labors are few. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Lowry. I believe we have a question or two for you. I have some lights flashing. Representative Donahue, is that your light? Representative Donahue.
Thank you for speaking from the heart. Question, what would the pay be that you think would be satisfactory per hour?
$15 an hour would start. Now, I'm gonna tell you, even as a manager, I am so underpaid. I'm talking about my DSPs, my DSPs too. I get upset because we do so many jobs. We're on the bottom of the pole, but we are the most important when it comes to the care. Our DSPs are so underpaid. They work 2 jobs, and not only do they look for overtime, which causes them to never be home with their families. I have staff that I can ask at the drop of the dime. They jump at it, but they're always on the job. And so am I. We're never home with our families.
Well,
and as a manager, to make $1 or $2 more than your staff, that's kind of sad.
Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm. Let me ask you one question earlier, or a point that you made was, we aren't guaranteed our next breath, basically, or what's going to change when we leave here today. Mm-hmm. A constituent of mine a year ago from this past November was at Publix supermarkets walking out. As she walked out, an 83-year-old man thought he hit the brake, hit the gas, ran over her. Mm-hmm. She was in a coma for 7 months. For 8 months, I've been dealing with this on a pretty much a daily matter. When she woke up from the coma, her husband and son had to start doing health care. Mm-hmm. They're not professionals. Mm-hmm. Every time they would go somewhere, nobody would take her. Mm-hmm. And then when they did get there, it was just a matter of time before she had to leave. Very, very, not much at verbal, not much in communicating, but getting better with therapy. Mm-hmm. And one of the biggest things I keep hearing is, well, we train about 10 a month, and we lose about 12 a month. Mm-hmm. And those numbers don't add up. Mm-hmm. But thank you very much.
Thank you. And my wish is we have homes that we get sometime, and they're sitting there for a long period of time before we can get licensed. And there are people that's waiting on the waiting list to be placed in homes. So think about, how do we solve that problem? That's our wish. Thank you.
You have a question from Representative Howard as well.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Lowry, for coming down and coming to share with this committee. Mm-hmm. Representative Donahue asked the question that I was going to ask, mm-hmm. but the follow-up to that is, What is the $15 is what you're asking or wishing for? What is the pay now?
For our agency, we bring in a person at like $9 an hour, $9.27 an hour.
Okay.
And we have not had a raise in forever. And it's not because they don't want to give us a raise,
Okay.
you know. And then the managers are right there. Reason and let me tell you why I keep putting managers in there. We're the same position. We just manage, but we do so much more. And so often we are left in the cracks and we're forgotten about. And so I want you to remember that we're all one together. Mm-hmm. And so we will not stop doing what we do, but we do want to be recognized. Everybody wants to be recognized for what they do and be appreciated. And so that's what I leave with you today.
So the pay that they're receiving now, is that pretty much across the state? Do we know whether that's an average across the state?
I don't know that we know. I guess there is data on an average rate. I think it would vary depending on whether we're talking about aging or, in this particular case, we're talking about intellectual and developmental disabilities, because some of the programs pay different rates. But I suspect on average you're probably in that $9 range,
Okay.
$9.50 to $10.
Okay.
I think.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lowry. Ms. Johnson. Ms. Johnson, are you here? Oh, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kamala Johnson, and I'm representing Destiny Child for the city of Atlanta. I'm nervous, so you have to bear with me. I had a whole lot of stuff wrote up as well, but I'm definitely going to speak from my heart, and everything that everybody else has already said. It kind of got me overwhelmed. I have already shedded tears because I'm a DSP, and I've been doing this for over 20 years. So what they speaking about is my reality. I work 3 jobs. I work 3 jobs. I love what I do, but it just get hard. It truly gets hard. I have a son that's in college. I have a high school child. And when you don't make enough money to provide for your family, they are looking at you. I have a teenage son that I said that's in college. He has a job, and he makes more than me. It is frustrating. I love what I do, but just the thought of when I get my check that I can't even pay my bills, I have to add them together. It hurts. Or sometimes I even have to stoop down and ask my children to help me pay bills. But I have to do what I have to do. But it's all because I was born this way. I was born to be a caregiver, to give. I've been doing it since 3 years old. My family would be asleep and I would put Band-Aids on them. You know, so it's definitely something that I cannot control, that I must do. But we need more. Not only just the DSPs for money, but as well as the individuals, because my birthday was just yesterday, and I went to work, and everybody was like, "You're not off work?" And no, I was not off work. And I work from 3 o'clock to 12 midnight. And normally my individuals, they be asleep, they go to sleep, and they stay asleep. But what makes this all worthwhile is my individual last night before he went to bed. He put a sticky note behind his clothes that they cling on the door. And I asked him, I said, is that note for me? And he said, yes. And so we may not be family to them, but I asked him because when he drew, I was confused and I didn't know what it really meant. So I said, Gerald, what does this mean? Is this a picture or is it saying something? And he said, I love you. And you can actually, once he told me what it meant, you can look at the picture and you can see, even though things were in the wrong place, but you can notice that he really meant that he loved me because he drew a heart. He didn't have no crayons or anything to color it in, but he drew the heart and he colored it in with a pen. And so he had the heart first with the I in the middle and then the U, which means that he truly loved me. It was not something that I had to make him do or that I even asked for. There was something that came from his heart. So not only do they touch our lives, but they touch our lives and we touch theirs. So it's hard as a adult, like I said before, to go in this profession and stay in it when things get so overwhelming. You know, and I've been struggling with this for 20 plus years, not just being a DSP, but I am a CNA as well. I've been trying to go back to further my education. I don't have the funds to do so. I even had insurance. I couldn't keep up to where I don't have insurance anymore because I can't afford it because I got to pay my bills and keep food, keep the lights on and stuff. So something has to give. Like right now, I'm not insured. So it's hard, even with just going every day with keeping gas in the car, or not even if you don't use your car, just transportation, things of that nature. Throughout the week, my car broke down. I've been using Uber and Lyft every day. I pay $25 one way. That's $50 a day. That's over half of my check that I get in 1 week. So I have to. It's not that I want to. I have to work another job. There's not an if, ands, or buts about it. I have to, or I will be homeless. Or basically, I would just give up and do what everybody else do, quit and try to find something else that could basically help me a little bit better. But I'm choosing to trust God that there will be better, not even just for myself, but for the individuals as well. And I thank y'all for listening to me. And my Christmas list wish would be, just out of everything that everybody said today, consider us and think about us because we all matter.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Wonderful testimony, and I want you to know that we're here today discussing how we keep people that have that kind of compassion and that kind of heart, that we make sure that we have the ability to keep those individuals doing what they were born to do, as you described it. So powerful. Thank you for being here. Miss Amanda Hobbs is up next with Easter Seals. And then on deck will be David Wilbur of Diversified Enterprises. Mrs. Hobbs, thank you for being here.
Good morning. You know, I feel a little bit disadvantaged here. Everybody here is from Atlanta or this area. I'm from South Georgia.
Me too, by the way.
Yeah, but we're a little bit closer to Florida. So I am from Easter Seals, Southern Georgia. I live in Irwin County. Our private nonprofit serves 60 counties in the very southern parts of South Georgia. You know, one of the things that a lot of people misperceive about South Georgia, I think, is that everything moves a lot slower. Well, maybe it does move a lot slower, but that doesn't mean it always costs a lot less. And I'm here to say that I'm shocked by some of the things these guys have said this morning. You're going to be pleasantly surprised, I think, to hear our rate of pay. We are paying more than some of these other providers, and I'm telling you, I'm shocked. But I'm going to tell you how we did it, and then I'm going to tell you what we need from you guys to make sure that we can stay with this moving target. This is not something you can say, okay, yay, hey, we're here, we're done. It's going to continue to be a number that we're chasing for all of these years to come on that X curve as this demand for caregivers increases nationally, in Georgia, and in South Georgia. So all of these folks that need services are our neighbors. But for Easter Seals, these are our customers. We owe them the best service we can possibly give them. You know, Mr. Waits earlier made a comment that how would you feel if you came home to a stranger in your home and they're there to care for you, take care of you? You know, that really resonated with me, and I'm like, I talk turnover, I do this work every day, I see the ins and outs of employees on my desk, and I never really looked at them as a stranger. But to our customers, they are a stranger. So our barrier to providing that service to these customers is staff. We need a competent, qualified, dedicated workforce, and we don't have it right now. We are rural, as I mentioned. We operate group homes and apartment complexes in South Georgia. Many of our homes and apartments are in towns with 2 red lights. Not all this mess y'all have out here that I had to fight through this morning. We have respite homes in 3 of our South Georgia towns that you guys only have 1 of in the northern Georgia area. We provide day services to adults where there is no other provider within 30 or 40 miles. Our employees are asked to drive 30 miles out in the country with no cell phone service to go into a home at an 11 o'clock shift change and take care of the Gregs that we have in our communities. These are employees that pay taxes, that provide the Medicaid funding and dollars for the rates that we are reimbursed through. We are a community-based provider. We are not a fancy hospital or facility that has wonderful amenities to offer these employees during their shifts. Shifts are often worked alone, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. We never close. Some of these precious individuals do not have family to come visit them or pick them up or tell them they love them. Our DSPs are their family. We do all of this for more than 5,500 Georgians in these 60 counties. We literally cover the entire bottom portion of the state. We're talking about Georgians that provide these services that live paycheck to paycheck, and literally every dollar makes a difference. Employees who's showing up to work or not can literally be life or death for the ones they care for. How do we attract the top talent in this workforce? Isn't that what our customers deserve? My department, the Human Resources Department, is tasked with finding staff to care for and love these individuals. Sadly, it is not uncommon for me to schedule 10 to 15 candidates for interviewing a day, and have less than half actually even show up to the interview. Not to mention the criminal background checks and getting them and praying that they show up to training on day 1. The soft skills, work ethic, professionalism, business conduct, and communication are all things we would love to see improved. It's not just a generational thing like many people like to say. It's across all ages, all backgrounds. The soft skills would be a major plus, but the bigger issue is truly a money problem. It takes special people to genuinely care for another person and take care of their every need. It's a hard job, physically and emotionally demanding. It is a rewarding job. It's the dirty work. That's why a lot of people won't do it. It's diapering, feeding, wiping, bathing, dressing, and cleaning behind another person. It's long removed from the days of just companion sitting. It's physical labor. We are largely staffed with DSPs and LPNs at our locations. DSPs at Easter Seals are required to have CNA certification, and LPNs are, of course, licensed practitioners. Our biggest challenge with these DSPs is that required certification of CNA with both positions the awareness that our community-based jobs exist. Almost everyone obtains these credentials and rushes to the hospitals and nursing homes, often at higher rates of pay with shift differentials from community providers that do control the revenue they have coming in. However, even those employers are facing crisis as we are. When expenses increase at Easter Seals, we don't have the luxury of raising the cost of goods sold in our industry, such as retail, food, or even other service businesses. Think of the price you paid for a service 15 years ago. Is it the same in 2018 as it was in 2003? How often has it changed? And I bet it increased every single time. We have to create a way for providers to know that there will be increases in the rates they are reimbursed for services so that they can afford the expenses when they do increase, including the largest expense, labor. We have seen minimum wage rates, both federally and the Walmart wage, increase phenomenally, all with no increases to waiver rates in more than a decade, until recently. The Department of Behavioral Health did a study a couple of years ago based on the actual cost to provide services. Easter Seals was very fortunate to have participated in this study. Our Chief Operating Officer and financial team provided lots of work as to what the actual cost of providing these 24/7 services are. This was an enormous step in the right direction, but it can't stop here. We are chasing a moving target. The cost of providing this service will continue to increase more and more every year. If we are showing caregivers this is truly a career and not paycheck to paycheck, the labor expenses will continue to rise and rates for services must also. You know, the last young lady up here referenced that she wanted to go back to school. Do you know how many times I hear from candidates in interviews that I'm interviewing for a CNA job and they say, well, you ask them a question. One of my favorite questions is, what's your 5-year plan? And almost always they say, I want to go to school to be an LPN or an RN or some lofty goal. Why isn't being a caregiver enough? We talk about all these needs, this ever-increasing demand of caregivers. If they all went back to school to be LPNs and RNs, we still wouldn't have enough caregivers. We need this to be enough. It needs to be seen as a career that we can compensate as a career, not just an entry-level stepping stone to the next level. We need a mandate to require an increase to the rates of services provided for reimbursement. In 2017, Easter Seals experienced a record 53% turnover rate. This is only slightly higher than the national average going through this same crisis. Something has to be done. As I mentioned, Easter Seals was honored to participate in that cost study by the department to determine the cost of services provided. This enabled significant rate increases for services across many of our program lines. This added funding to cover our expenses, all with the goal of putting it right back where it should be, rewarding our caregivers and showing them the value for a job well done. This past spring, I approached our board of directors with a solution to save us money and provide a better quality service. The continuity of care we all hope for, that would also reduce our turnover. I basically painted them the picture of the crisis we've heard this morning. Either we continue this way and it gets worse, or we take drastic steps to begin to fix it. We needed money. At the beginning of our meeting, our rate of pay for DSPs was $9.05 an hour. LPNs were making $15.95 an hour. For reference, this is about $18,000 and $31,000 annually for those two positions. We are a very fiscally responsible agency, and we're still less than the 20th percentile for wages, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, for these positions in our South Georgia regions. This is not competitive wages. I propose that we raise these two positions' rates of pay to at least the 75th percentile for our geographic area. This was huge. Some of my colleagues thought I was crazy. This would be over a $500,000 hit to our annual $15 million budget. No other positions in our organization are even above average. Our board chair basically thought I was determined to keep them in session until they agreed with my proposal. I was, and so they did. We raised DSP wages 27%. Our rate of pay went from $9.05 hourly to $11.50 hourly. Entry wage. Our home managers are now making $13 an hour. LPN wages increased 26% from $15.95 hourly to $20. This is roughly $24,000 and $41,000 annually for these positions. I have one 6 months, a half a year of data since the wage increase went into effect, but we have already seen drastic improvements and substantial savings in other areas. Our last quarter turnover rate was at an all-time low of 7.8%, which ended our year at 42.9%. Just with less than 6 months, we're down 10% from last year. We have added and retained a net of 24 employees in the last quarter alone and been able to get our staffing levels to an all-time high. This has contributed to an 18% decrease in overtime hours worked from this time last year, and 49% decrease in reliance upon outside contract staffing agencies who are not committed to the Easter Seals mission and don't know, quite frankly, the Easter Seals way. The financial savings was huge and helped us afford the increase we gave to our employees. The standards of care are able to be better than before with committed, trained, and fairly compensated staff. Here's where we go to the hard work. All of this was only possible because of the increased service rates from the Department of Behavioral Health and that very detailed cost study that led to it. Prior to this, these service rates had been virtually unchanged for about 15 years. Here's where we need a change. The department needs the funding in their budgets to guarantee the service amount increases on an annual basis. Our agency is basically caught up now and on the right track for South Georgia. We don't need it to be another 15 years before we see such a huge change. It would be so much better for Easter Seals, you, me, and all of our precious neighbors that need us if we could gradually increase these rates on a steady, consistent basis. Wage rates will always be a moving target and a trend that will be very difficult to stay caught up to. We can't get so far behind again. We are headed for more demand and will not keep up for the next 10 or more years if something isn't in place to protect the service rates for providers. Financial aid for CNA certification is one of the things that I would point out other than the increases for the reimbursement amounts. You know, there was a big shift and change several years ago in technical colleges that the CNA certification is a training for DSPs that what used to be separate by itself, now it's a bigger picture of a degree program or a bigger certification. Again, being a CNA or a DSP needs to be enough. That program was taken out of technical colleges and put into private providers that offer this training and testing. The problem is there's no state dollars for the HOPE grant or any type of funding to help people pay for those classes and the testing that goes along with that. Lastly, as someone before me mentioned, we need awareness. Awareness that these jobs exist and you are not bound to traditional medical, nursing, and caregiver settings such as hospitals and nursing homes. Our caregivers have fun. They are constantly on the go, making memories in our communities with our neighbors. A statewide campaign to promote different types of careers for caregivers would get us attention. I have literally wanted to plaster billboards up and down 75 in South Georgia and along Highway 82 to say, hey, we're here, come work here. You don't have to be in a nursing home taking care of 60 patients. Come to the community-based work settings. I can't afford it. With an aging population, some researchers estimate the number of Americans needing long-term care services could more than double in the next 30 years. The demand for CNAs in 10 years will likely see a 50% increase over today. Now is the time to be proactive. At our agency in the last 10 years, when many businesses faced economic hardships, we have doubled the number of individuals we serve and added more than 100 jobs at our agency alone. People will always need someone to care for them. During this same time, we've lost around 700 caregivers. Some that were just willing to change jobs for a nickel or dime more per hour that will add a few more dollars total on the end of payday and help them buy another tank of gas. We have even lost them to retailers and the food service industry. We need them back. We need them to see this is a career that compensates them as such. We need to attract the new, highly skilled employees entering the workforce. We have to challenge everyone to look at this through the lens of your own personal life. There will come a day, either by one incident or accident away or simply age, that you will most likely need a caregiver in your life. What type of employee do you want showing up on your doorstep? Do you want to come home to a stranger in your home? Do you want the employee who is working for you and also 2 or 3 other jobs at the same time? Frantically pulled in all directions so that nothing gets their total focus and attention? That doesn't believe or feel valued enough that this is truly a career since they are barely paid at minimum wage? Do you want the employee to take care of you that has the same skill set to be better paid at the restaurant or fast food location on the corner? Is that who you want helping ensure you get the proper medication on time and the right dosage? You, your loved ones, and these wonderful members of our communities deserve so much better. We need the caregiver's entire self, focused and committed, and need them to know that that is enough. We need to be able to award them for giving us just that. Our tagline at Easter Seals is creating solutions, changing lives. It's time we also be a part of creating solutions for this critical part of our workforce to change the lives, perception, and awareness that the caregivers contribute to our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hobbs. Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee for Ms. Hobbs? Thank you very much for being here today. Mr. Wilbur is up next, and then Ms. Pat Madre. Folks, we have an hour left. We're going to stay on schedule. I'm going to ask everyone just to be cognizant of time. We have a good number of individuals we want to hear today, so I would ask everyone to keep your remarks as concise as possible. Thank you very much. Mr. Wilbur?
Good morning, Chairman and representatives. We've heard the passion in the room. I'm sorry, my name's Dave Wilbur. I'm from Tifton, Georgia. Another person is representing South Georgia here. We appreciate the traffic that you had to endure. Certainly from Tifton, it was no picnic either. Let me see if I can't make technology work here. go. All right. We've heard the passion in the room. We've heard the statistics. I'm going to cut to the plot summary in the interest of time, Mr. Chair. This is something that I've been working with Representative Houston on from our area and connecting with Southern Regional Technical College. It's a passion of mine. It's been a passion. I was a DSP back in '82. I know I look much younger than that. And so, but I was really fortunate to have a career ladder in my life, and this is really what I want to talk on. So I'm going to skip all this data stuff. And I sort of see, I came, as I told Ms. Tara, I came with sort of some potential solutions. And it's a two-tiered approach in my mind. The first one is really credentialing, and the second one is really wage incentives to support direct support professionals. In with all that goes the SOC method and making sure that they're recognized as a profession and a few other things. But just to sum this up, this is sort of where we're at. So the compensation issue, we had a rate study, as was just mentioned, with Burns & Associates back in 2015 here in Georgia. Burns & Associates used a underfunded average hourly wage to create the current rates that are there. The rates are much better, and we are thankful for that. However, they still used a model that used underfunded wages in our system to create a benchmark. That was $10.63 an hour, as you'll see here. The other piece to this is the credentialing and looking at nationally validated skill and knowledge. The National Association of Direct Support Professionals has a curriculum that I've personally used to help create career ladders for direct support professionals. In my past life, I've not done that here in Georgia. So I want to talk on those two things very quickly. So the tiered wage enhancement rate, I used, again, this model that Burns & Associates put forth at the $10.63 an hour. I will tell you, as a director representing our fine workforce there in Tifton, Georgia, we are starting people at a sad amount of money of $9 per hour. Now, I've introduced several different incentives for folks. So we have pay for performance now, but they don't get a raise. They get performance-based pay. We've also added telemedicine, more annual leave, things that we can control because the rates don't really cover any kind of raise issue because the rates don't go up. Some states, a solution to that, which is easy fix, some states have put a CPI increase every year into the rate system so that as the rates go up, the CPI adjusts the rate to compensate. So if you bring, in 2016 or 2017, we bring the rates up to this current level, if we don't increase them based on the CPI, we'll never get ahead. We'll be back behind again in 15 more years, just as a caution. But I have an example here of a tiered wage enhancement program based on the National Association of DSPs curriculum, which is a nationally tested curriculum. And so as people go through this, the average time frame to get certified in these is 9 months. So we're not talking about a quick fix here. But it does create a career ladder for folks to go from a DSP registered with a 1 hour increase, which gets them up to $11.63, all the way to a DSP 3, which potentially could be your next manager or leader at $13.63 an hour. So it's a calculated method to increase wages for folks, give them a career ladder, and also give folks education, as we've heard several people say they'd like to go back to school. That helps to create a career. I had the fortunate the ability to go to school and get a master's degree. I got a master's degree in human resources because we are a human resource business, and so we deserve to give the folks that we support, our DSPs, deserve that opportunity as well. So these are tied to credentialing and reimbursement rates. So it's basically a pass-through. Some states have used a pass-through model to pass through the wages increases directly to the provider, and then the provider passes that wage increase on. So it's not across the board wage increases for all the people that you employ, but rather it's somebody who has the knowledge, skills, and ability and desire to continue to improve themselves can actually earn an increase in their wages and hopefully get towards a more affordable life. And Ohio, I believe, is doing the pass-through model right now. They just started that, I believe, at the beginning of this calendar year. So the NADSP Code of Ethics and DSP core competencies are well known. Many states are using them. I believe New York's using a model of that to create their models. I think Anchor did a nice job of showing what some of the different models states are using to help increase the opportunities for DSPs. Me personally, I've been researching this for a long time. I've tried some things out, and I believe this sort of two-tier method, personally, is a way to go for our great state of Georgia. So I'm going to continue to skip on a little bit. So how do we pay for the credentialing? Georgia has this robust technical college system here. We can take advantage of that and use that across our great state here. And the Centers for Medicaid Services we could do a cost allocation as part of the administrative expenditures and claim those expenditures for these educational programs. So the reimbursement rate would be about half. We're all concerned about money. We're all concerned about increasing the tax base, all those kind of things. And so let's think about a solution that also has some talk about funding, and the funding methodology that the department could use and DCH could use could potentially be this FMAP match at 50%. So we're giving people education, we're giving people a career ladder, and it's really the state's putting up half, and the federal government's paying half of that career ladder as well. So great opportunity there, I think, again, to recognize our DSPs. I came with that solution in mind. So what are next steps? It's a partnership. I think you heard that from Anchor. You've heard that from several of the speakers. I think the provider network wants to help. I believe that the state appreciate the representatives here and the House to look at this and study this. I think the Anchor network wants to help. We can do this together, I think, and find a really affordable and creative way to resolve this crisis that's going to hit us pretty hard, and it's already hitting us, quite frankly. Our goal is to provide quality services and supports to Georgia's most vulnerable systems. Diversified Enterprises supports about 110 of some of Georgia's most significantly challenged individuals that many are transitioning out of the state institutions, and we're supportive of the DOJ efforts and the department's efforts to make that transition. But we can't do it without a viable workforce. We can't continue without a viable workforce. And these are ways and methods that we can start to address getting a good quality workforce. I agree with the other speakers on raising awareness about the profession. That's going to be critical. People don't know what DSPs are. They know what a CNA is. And so if you created almost a career path that was similar to CNAs that had the respect nationally, we could do that. And then we need data collection to make sure that what we're doing doesn't need tweaking to make it very successful. So I gave you the full package there of some resources and information. I'm happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you, Mr. Wilbur. Any questions from the committee?
And I believe Christmas was in there. I think the two-tiered approach were my two Christmas wishes, Representative. So,
has anyone done? Thank you for your presentation. Has anyone done a study on the shortage of the workforce here in the state?
Yeah, if you go back a few slides, I think there's some data there, and I think the Anchor folks have some data there as well in their presentation. You know, sometimes I think I'm fortunate to be in rural Georgia because I think sometimes right now it's easier to attract folks. Unfortunately, the quality of the personnel sometimes that we attract, as we've heard before, it's difficult to weed through those folks that can pass the background checks and the proficiencies tests that we have to do.
Mm-hmm.
So there is a large gap there.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh. All right.
Representative Donahue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I tell people all the time, I started at a young age business at 23. One of the things I remembered, I started a second company and then a third. Every time somebody had a problem, I learned very young, give me a solution. And you did that. I appreciate that. One of the paths we have up in Hall County, we have Lanier Technical College. It's state of the art that we're about to open. Everyone else will probably model after that or something similar. What I'd like to see is with business is opportunity to give back always. We have done exemptions and we've rewarded certain business and companies to say if you make and contribute to certain programs, we can give you an exemption. Okay, we've done that over the years. I try to go to one of the companies I had was a logistics company. We gave to the community continuously. We have a lot of logistic companies that do the same. But in your thinking, do you think that the state of Georgia, the number one place to do business, we've heard 842,000 times. However, there's a lot of other states can't say that for the last 5 years. With that, there's got to be a model out there that we can put or allow more as the LPN or the RN. When you go to school, I have a desire on my goal to make X amount of dollars to compete at that level to fix this problem. How do we get there? And I see what you put here, but is it something that we can offer maybe to a corporation, to companies, small business, everybody to participate, to bring more money into the system, I guess, that we could start to look at pay increases. We've been talking about pay increases for
Too long.
15 years, 20 years that I know of, that it's been around $7 to $8. Now I think it's $8 to $9, $10 an hour. So there's not much increase. I guess what I'm trying to say is I would like to see business get involved, but be rewarded. We have some very successful companies here in Georgia. And by doing that, maybe they start a program in one of the technical colleges to say that we have a guy in Hall County in Dahlonega, Mike Cottrell. He has invested tons of money into our college system. And with that, he saw a need for business. So, I mean, I'm trying to, I guess, pull this in. What do you think, or how do you think we might obtain more money for pay for the people that want to get in this type of job?
Well, I think, Representative, the only way to increase the pay is to change the reimbursement rate in a way that rewards that performance. I appreciate the comment about business getting involved, and they may be able to do that from a scholarship standpoint.
Right.
And that might be a great thing, but I think that the reason I brought the two-tiered approach is you got to really hit it on both ends in order to get people elevated up to closer to a living wage. I don't think in our industry we'll ever reach that living wage. Maybe we will. And hopefully in my career, but right now I think you really have to look creatively with the department on how to do that, because the reimbursement rates are what they are, and there's not an unlimited source of money to go there. So I don't think I answered your question, and I apologize for that. But
no,
it's an
I
interesting
was
thought.
beating around the bush basically on trying to see in our technical schools how we open that path to get people more motivated to coming in to say, you know, I'm passionate about caring for people, okay?
Right.
However, I can't do it because I can't make enough money. We've heard testimony of working 3 jobs, struggling. We've heard, just a minute ago, I talked to a young man I've watched grow up about Uber, that he can call Uber. And guess what? After 7 or 8 that might pick him up, most will turn it down or not pick him up or pick them up. But what I want to I'm trying to, I guess, wrap my mind around how we market this better, I guess I would say.
Yeah, and I can't speak for everybody in the room, but I'm going to bet you 90% of these people are in this business because of the heart. We heard that.
Right.
That's how I got hooked. Didn't have any intention to be here. And I think if you created a career path for folks that was funded, like the Hope Scholarship kind of concept, you would get some of the folks there. It doesn't solve the wage issue, which is a real issue, but it does get halfway there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilbur. Pat Madre, my old friend. Representing the Georgia Association of Community Care Providers, we next will have Ms. Stacy Ramirez from the ARC of Georgia, and then Mr. Dave Lamb, just to give you all the lineup next with CareMaster. Ms. Madre?
Thank you, Representative Petrie, just for letting me stand up and circulate in here a little bit. I'm getting cold. But in committee, I thank you for your time. It's, as I stand before, I look at my presentation and I know I don't have anything to add that hasn't been said already. I'm an adult daycare provider in Augusta, Georgia. I started in 1996. And in 97, I saw two tremendous things happen that came in the direction of Autumn Care. One was the SOURCE program was being developed as a pilot study to help aging people in the community. And the second was a family member came to me and asked me, could I provide services for her sister who had cerebral palsy, had funding through cerebral palsy, and wanted a service that was provided outside of the state, because up until that point in time, there had only been state-provided services. So that is my introduction into the world of DD. And it has been ever evolving, some to the best, to the better. Some has been, it's frustrating. You know, this program has been, and I think one of the things that happened within this scope of service is the regulation. When you ask the Christmas wish, what I want to say is I want to take care of people, not paper, because I am in it for the heart. And it's hard, and there's time that you are just trying. I used to tell people there's a couple of things. There's the workforce crisis for people, and there's going to become, as you mentioned, the statistics of what's going to be coming forth in the state of Georgia. It is aging. It is people moving into the community. Exponentially, that growth is going to happen. As an adult daycare provider, we got a rate increase within this last year. Very grateful. It's been 18 years since a previous rate increase. As a provider, I don't want to see my staff struggle. I don't want to know that they can't provide for their families. That breaks my heart. I want to be able to give to them so that they can provide care for the individuals that we're going to be serving as well. But as a provider, you're sitting there going, I can only do what I can do. I want to be here. I want to be a provider of services, and I want to be able to sustain that. And to know, okay, that's great. I've got a rate increase in the last year. How much longer will it be before we get the next? And unfortunately, it is Medicaid waiver. It is Medicaid funding. So when you say, where is the money going to come from? It's going to come from the Georgia taxpayer. It's going to come from the federal match. It's going to come from painful ways that our population needs to understand. These services can be provided, but no, the heart's desire of everybody making great, grand, wonderful wages, there's going to be some growing pains with that. And we are going to have to be wise in how we decide to come. I think the education thing, as a mother of a son that will be graduating in December from a technical education, I have seen what great things it has done for him. And as I'm a resource in our community, that students come to us for a place to do their externships. And they come to me. They have the things in place, the background checks, the things that I need for an employee, they come to me with that. One of the things I've heard it over and over today, you pay $50 for a background check and then the person doesn't show up. Frustrating, frustrating, frustrating. Or you get that background check and it's non-transferable. I mean, what if that person is working multiple jobs and they have had a background check, and that background check that I can get access that, you know, if you did, your agency did it, but I can get access to that. Next time, maybe my agency did it. But, you know, for everybody to pay $50 for somebody to not show up, do you know what I could do with that $50? Those things, the education that needs to, the list that we need to educate and train on, it's necessary. We need to train our staff. We need to annualize and repeat that and train them again and again and again. But if some of that could be, one of the situations that happened years ago in the certification process, to be certified with the state of Georgia. It was like, we want you to do something a particular way. So we generated a form. They come back to review us and go, well, that's better, but it's still not the one we want to see. And we're like, so give us the tools, give us the training, give us webinars, give us things that we can send. We can't load the staff up and take them away from providing direct care, but give us the resources, maybe the training, something that we can provide to instead of just reinventing the wheel. If we can have some unity in what we're providing so that the staff is trained, and I understand the wage is not going to guarantee the heart. We want the caregiver heart. We want the caregiver that's going to come and care for this, like this lady cared with Greg today, came wherever he needed to be and did that. The presentation by this lady over here, I employ her. You know, I employ that same person, that same personality. You know, we want that caregiving heart. I want 10 of her. And, you know, everybody else I want to say. And I have said it before. You need to work with a burger, not a person. Not everybody needs to come into a caregiving arena. I don't want the burger flipper. There's a place for them. I like a good burger. Go do that job. But don't come be the caregiver if you don't have the caregiving heart. So I have no idea what any of this is on my page, but I think I've recapped the points because I hear the common point. We need more money. We need it kind of projected into the budgets. I mean, we will, but don't make us come beg every year for please help us. You know that this trend is coming in the state of Georgia. It's going to require funding, and we want to pass it on to our employees. We don't want to live extravagant and travel more. We want to be able to provide the services. We want to sustain a strong business that allows people to be in the community. That's where they want to be, and that's where we want them to be. That's the main thing I've seen in 20 years of business is, you know, to see them more community-based minded. I'm an adult daycare. I hear, you know, sometimes they say, you know, adult daycare, that may not be the thing. Everybody, you know, needs to be in the workforce, and every square peg is not going to fit in the round hole. It cannot be mandated one thing. I'm a medical model of daycare, medical model adult daycare. I meet a need that not everybody's going to be able to go be in the workplace. One of the things I want to offer as a solution is I am a member of the Georgia Association of Community Care Providers. I think a lot of times we see things get put in place that just are not feasible. So as you have the opportunity to move forward and you seek solutions, please call, you know, SPAD or call Gossip and say, give us some providers. Give us your strongest providers in the DD world that can come forward and say, make some recommendations. Because things get put in place and it's not feasible. The list of regulation gets higher, and it just adds to that paper. And I want to take care of the people. So that is my wish list for Christmas.
Thank
I
you, Pat.
appreciate your time.
Any
Thank you.
questions? All right, Ms. Ramirez. We are going to, I'm going to ask everyone, I'm looking at the list, I'm trying to monitor this, and in the interest of time, we're at 11:26, going to ask everyone to keep their remarks to less than 5 minutes, okay? Less than 5 minutes.
All right. Good morning. Thank you guys for having us.
Good morning.
Critical. I made the type so big on my computer I can see without my glasses, which is pretty good at my age. I wanted to reflect on, you opened it with, this is a big crowd and the terrible traffic, and I think that the large crowd reflects the importance of what you're doing, and so we really, we're so grateful. My name's Stacy Ramirez. I'm the state director of the ARC Georgia, and we vehemently advocate for the civil and human rights of people alongside, I should say, alongside people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Our vision is a Georgia where people with intellectual and developmental disabilities and their families are contributing valued members of their communities. We're coming along, but there's a lot of work to do. We're grateful to this study because that can't be done in silo. We've got to work together, and many have already said it. Commissioner Fitzgerald shared that we've got 12,000 people who are in services. Many of those are in residential day programs, and they receive care from families in their own. I am a mom of 3 boys. My middle son has autism. These supports are dependent on well-trained, skilled, paid direct professionals. We've heard this. There are some things that we haven't heard, though. It is important to note that Commissioner Fitzgerald's number is only 25% of the Georgians that need service of providers and direct support. 75% of families who have a loved one with an intellectual developmental disability receive no formal supports, no paid supports. 75%, I think I mentioned that. I'm a mom, as I said, of 3 incredibly wonderful young men. Many of us have heard the stories of my son, Ryan, who is now 24, who does take Uber from Cobb County down to Midtown. He has autism and he receives no formal paid supports. My paid job is as a state director of the ARC, but my primary position is as a caregiver to my son with autism. I'm lucky because I'm able to sustain a day job along with Ryan's supports, but there's so many families that I support that have to leave employment and go home and support their child because of the critical needs of their loved one. My point to you, the study committee, is to highlight the crisis of this workforce shortage is so much more critical than we can comprehend. If we were to when we reduce the waiting list of just under 6,000 people who are waiting for the waivers, and we begin to meet the needs of those 75% of families like mine, this workforce shortage becomes an epic, staggering crisis. We've heard some statistics, statewide turnover rate of 44.4%. And I do have data. You asked about wages. Do we have data on the wages? So it's called National Core Indicators have reported that the pay of salaries, the average pay in Georgia is $10.30. The starting wage, which we've heard from many, is $9.80. And again, that's reported. But the ARC Georgia went a step further. I wanted to know, so what is a living wage in the state? And I don't think that that's data that we've heard yet. A living wage in the state by MIT is 1 adult, $11.35. 1 adult and a child, $22.52. And 2 adults, 1 working, $24.96. So in comparison, we've heard, how are these people making it? I don't know. And another statistic we haven't heard yet is health care insurance. I've not heard anyone mention that. Georgia offers health care insurance. It's 8.1% of our professionals get health care insurance. Reported through, again, that NCI, 44.7 don't offer it. Flat, don't get it. An amazingly critical statistic. And then sitting beside me, the beautiful Debbie Conway, whose testimony you already heard, wanted to make sure we knew that this rate study we've heard a lot about is only for residential settings. That rate study did not include supported employment, which my son could use, and day services. So that's a real critical point when we go forward. And then some other studies we did is I went and looked at what's just going on in the business world. Well, let's pop the disability bubble and what's business doing, and I've heard you guys talk about that too. So the average retail worker in the U.S. makes $21,000 about, Bureau of Labor Statistics. But there's some retailers that have figured out how to keep people there, and it's salary. It's the money. There is a study at the Container Store, which my colleague and I had just visited recently. They pay their employees an average of $48,000 a year. Roughly 10% is their annual turnover. If you look at Walmart, Target, those others, there's a turnover of 66%. And again, going back to the statistic, they're $21,000. Is that cut? You gonna give me a, okay. You gotta give me a transit. I give my son with autism transitions. Okay. So we reached out, my colleague and I, we've got a network of state directors across the nation, and I reached out for best practices. And I got 3 major areas: the credentialing, we've heard, training and education we've touched on, but I've not heard many talk about family supports. It's critical. South Dakota and Iowa, I will send this to you, have done some great work around credentialing and working with their legislator. In the training, Georgia Provider Manual mandates that any employee in direct contact with people served have to, I'll say endure because I'm a diverse learner, endure training in 17 competencies in the first 6 months. I'm wondering if that's a correlation. We've already heard, you guys have shared that 6 months is the average tenure, unfortunately. These trainings can be numbing is what I'm talking with people. But there's another way as a person-centered thinking trainer. And I hope I have enough time to go through this. There's a process in Georgia that we've spent 12 years investing in this process called person-centered thinking, developed by Michael Smalls and all. It actually informed the home and community-based settings rule. So after 12 years, now we have an organization in Georgia called the Learning Community. And this learning community supports others to learn these person-centered thinking skills, such as, and I'll rush through it, matching. Could you even comprehend we all had to be here super early, so I'm a morning person. My colleague is exact opposite. She comes over to pick me up and I'm, hi, bubbly. What if you were matched, your direct support professional is matched with someone exact opposite? I have a good friend, Betty Thompson. She loves to go and just experience life. She happens to have labels of cerebral palsy. She doesn't use formal language to communicate. She uses a chair. But she loves to go. She's been to the Redwoods. We're going to Hawaii. We go, go, go. She's matched with a direct support professional that their whole life is to binge watch. No, opposite, binge watch. They just want to sit and watch TV. It's a terrible, terrible connection. So my point is, and I get down to the bottom, there are already great systems in Georgia. The Christmas list is for the 75% that aren't in formal services. I've shared many times with many people a program we're developing called the Arc of Advocacy, and it's a program that will dive deep with families who are in crisis and give those supports in a more informal setting so that we don't always have to rely on formal paid supports. We can do it. We as families who have a child with a developmental disability can do it with sometimes just a little support.
Ms. Ramirez, thank you so much. I'm sorry to had to rush you there.
That's all right.
My duty is to make sure that everyone here is heard, as I committed early on, and so I have to make sure I do that. So I'm going to hold everybody going forward to 5 minutes, and I'll let you know. I'll hold up my finger when you have 1 minute.
There
Okay,
you
Mr. Dave Lamb, another friend who I've known another good man and friend I've known for a long time. Thank you, sir, for being here.
Y'all have a handout blue with CareMaster on front of it. I'm going to jump through that, obviously in the interest of time. CareMaster has been a private home care provider in the state of Georgia for going on 33 years. We're located in Griffin. We are an ICWP Medicaid provider. We also do private duty, which includes both caregiving and skilled nursing care, concentrating on the traumatic brain injuries and spinal cord injuries. So we also do some work in those areas in South Carolina and Alabama. Cost impacts. You've already heard the Affordable Care Act, and we've heard how difficult and expensive providing that insurance is. We provide it, those folks that pay for it, but unfortunately it has taken away our ability to increase pay rates. The companion care exemption, for us, it resulted in drive time. Now paying drive time for our caregivers that have multiple clients, and that's approaching 1% of our burden or our payroll. Well, 1% of our revenue. Sometime late next year, we will begin fingerprinting. A lot already do it in this industry, but private home care providers will be mandated. It's a good thing, but it's an expense. And then effective January of 2020, electronic visit verification. Y'all have already heard about that. I want to talk with you about some of the challenges we see. Part of board of a local college and career academy, when we surveyed local business and industry, the top 5 needs were all soft skills. Number 6 was welding, but everything else was soft skills. Soft skills, we see certain obvious needs for CNAs and nurses there. And I would suggest that the Georgia BEST program, it's part of the Georgia Department of Labor, be included in the CNA state curriculum. I would bet you that that curriculum has not been revised in several years to keep up to date. July 1st, 3 years ago, House Bill 183 went into effect, and that required that all CNAs that are hired by private home care providers be paid as W-2 employees. They're supervised. They're directed to clients to go. IRS definition, they are W-2 employers. As of today, well, as of Sunday, that rule still has not been updated in our private home care provider regulations. Now, they do some enforcement, but if you want to be a new private home care provider and you go download the policies and procedures, it's not mentioned. The last revision, I believe, is dated 2013. And just recently, one of our quadriplegics, one of his caregivers, has approached him. I've been offered a pay rate of $12 an hour. Not 100% sure, but I'm close to 100% sure that that is as a 1099 independent contractor, where no payroll deductions will be taken out. Now, at her pay rate now, we're already paying $10.50 effective to her. But she can go out and get a $1.50 increase and have no tax consequences till next January or February, and it's a oh my gosh moment. But that's serious, and it keeps folks moving around. All right, already heard about Walmart. That is one of our challenges. So several years ago, well, 2.5 years ago, we were here, we were the only provider, Dawn Alford, who is here today, working on rate increases for ICWP. Got rate increases brought up to the level of CCSP and SOURCE, except for respite care. And respite care is something that desperately needs to be added to that. Now, I think there are ways to help. I believe that there is some positive. I'm going to talk to you about the cost of EVV, but I believe that there are some advantages in EVV by eliminating paper. We do 15,000 sheets in our office a week. We go into hundreds of homes every day, and most everything is paper. We are going to a paperless, so that our caregivers submit everything on their phone. When they complete a shift, it's done. It's ready to pay them, it's ready to bill. But I also think, I'm going to go ahead, Representative Donahue, and I'll come to Gillsville and give you this in person. But for Christmas, I want to see a regulatory environment that emphasizes continuity of care and how we go about generating positive outcomes. Regulations are great and we need them, but we also need an environment where we don't have to worry about it taking 3 years for a change in pay structure to hit the regs. We need to think about continuity of care. These turnover rates that you've heard, continuity of care is putting the same caregiver or nurse into somebody's home and not constantly turn it over, not constantly retrain, not break up a relationship once it has been established. Now, as Arnie said, I'll be back. I'll see y'all in October, and I trust, Mr. Chair, that I will get a little more time. Do y'all have it? Do you have
You will,
any
Mr.
questions?
Lamb. Any questions for Mr. Dave Lamb? Thank you. Thank you, Dave. Yes, and so everyone here knows, and by the way, Kirk Holcomb, Mr. Holcomb, you're up next, and then Angela Pratt will be on deck. And I just want to mention that, so everyone here is aware, we will be meeting, we're going to discuss after this meeting today, those of us that are here will determine when our next meeting will be. It'll be in about a month. We're going to meet once a month. And we're going to focus, as you noticed, the focus today was on IDD. It's not hard and fast. We've had people speak, other providers here that serve aging, but our focus in the next meeting is going to be more aging centric, okay? Very well. Mr. Holcomb, thank you for being here.
Well, thanks for having me, and good morning and almost good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and the board. I'm here to provide a unique perspective. I am the interim executive director for Access to Independence, a center of independent living in Columbus, Georgia. And I'm here to share our views on this work shortage, because not only does it affect everyone that came up here and spoke, but it also affects my facility and what we do and how we provide to not only the elderly, as we will go into in our next meeting, but also with people with cognitive disabilities. Our center, we provide many, many different services. It's hard to go into the breakdown of each one, but we have programs that allow, we have teachers that go into the Muskogee County School District and teach and help assist people, including cognitive disabilities and kids who are on 401s and IEPs, learn and teach them skills to get jobs later in life. And then also we have home modification programs where we go out and help people get ramps and door widening done for people who have strokes and now are in wheelchairs and don't have the funds to provide that. And then what pertains to this piece is we have the Money Follows the Person, or the MFP NHT program. And what that does is also with the elderly, but also with the cognitive disability, we help people get out of the nursing home. In order to do that, we have to have a plan set up, and in that plan, we have to have care providers set up. In order, before we can even get them out, to get them set up, we have to have a care plan in place, or individual transition plan. And in that plan, we have to have services set up for that individual, ready to go, so once they get out, they're not sitting there alone or with no help, no support. We have that care provider plan set up So when they get out, they can start living. And that's a big portion of what we do is get people out, get them living on their own, take the burden off of the nursing homes, because if you haven't noticed lately, they're getting a little full. They're getting a lot of full, and if you ask anyone, it's too much. And with the care provider shortage here, there's a shortage in the nursing homes. They're getting overran. So our job is to help assist, get them out, get them living on their own. We can't do that if we can't provide the services set up for them. If we call a care provider service, like, hey, I have an individual that's transitioning, I would like to have services set up. Well, we can't give you any services because we don't have anyone to provide those services. So that's where I come in, and it's one thing to hear it from someone, but to hear it from an outside independent agency to let you know that, yes, this is a problem. And yes, it does not only affect the care providers, but it affects people like myself who are there to help people get out of the nursing home, get out of the current living situation, to live on their own. And this happens in one of two ways. We get the services set up, they get out, they get the care that they need, and they live in the community. We have individuals who are ready to go to get out of the nursing home, who cannot get that care independently in their own home or where they choose to live. So we help them get out into what's called a personal care home. You're gonna have nursing set up there. They choose to get out of the nursing home to go to a personal care home in hopes that they can have their services set up in time to move out onto their own. And I say in time because our program is a year-long program. Once you get them out into the program, you have 1 year to use our services through the Money Follows the Person program, which is a state-funded program, which all in all, it allows us to spend up to $25,000 in different categories to help these people get out and live on their own. We've had individuals who get out into the personal care home expecting to get housing or in-care services in time, which they were not able to. They went past their year, so now they have to stay in the personal care home because the money that we would help to buy them furniture, buy them food, buy them household goods, household furnishing, stuff that was there for them to use, we can't use now because they went past their year expiration. And so now they're essentially stuck in the nursing home, or not the nursing home, but the personal care home, and they have to provide that money for themselves. It's a vicious cycle. We have a leaky pipe. You stick your finger in a hole to fix it, and another leak shows up. We need to find a solution to replace the pipe, to fix it all, so we stop sticking our fingers in these holes and to fix the problem. There's plenty more I'm going to go into. I'm going to wait until the next meeting because a lot of that bulks up on the elderly side of what our program provides. But I have a unique perspective for my wish list just in general. I'm from Columbus. A lot of the people we deal with are military retirees. That being said, I am a retiree, medically retired, and we deal with people who are on the SOURCE program or we help provide, SOURCE, CCSP, ICWP, now in COMP. We deal with all the waivers, and we help people with assist this on all ends of the spectrum. But my biggest thing is if we can get your VA disability, payments that are made to you for the sacrifices you made of being injured, not accountable towards your income for SOURCE. Because with that, in order to use SOURCE, you have to have the SSI minimum in order to qualify, which is $750. If you as an individual were collecting 30% disability from the VA and collecting $600 a month or whatever 30% is, you do not qualify for SOURCE. You now qualify for CCSP, and now there's a cost share. So now they're going to take that money from you. in order for the cost share to bring you down to the minimum of $750. The VA does provide an AA, which is aid in attendance, but it does not cover the cost to defray for doing private pay. Someone who requires 5 hours a day, 5 days a week, at $18 an hour is $1,800 a month, to put that in perspective. So in order for you to private pay and still make $750 a month, you have to find $1,800 somewhere. And that's my biggest wish, and I know it's a little geared towards my demographic, but it's something that we should take a look at.
Mr. Holcomb, thank you for being here. That's we need to speak to all these demographics, and that's one of them. I would add to your. I hope you will come back because we need to talk about. There's a bigger issue with the VA, and that's the aid and attendance and other programs that are available through the Veterans Administration.
Oh, I live it every day. I know.
You have to be about dead before you qualify.
Yes, sir.
And actually, it's just the time and the bureau. Much of that, by the way, has improved recently.
It has.
There's some huge improvements that are taking place, but there's a lot more to be
Big
done.
gaps to
Thank
fill.
you so much for being here and giving us that unique perspective. We
Thank you.
appreciate it and look forward to seeing you next time as well. We have, again, in the interest of time, any questions of the committee for Mr. Holcomb? Oh, we have a question? No?
I can stay.
Well,
I'm staying for the whole thing, so if you want to get with
hang
me
around if you would.
afterwards. No
And
problem.
Miss Angela Pratt,
Thank you.
and then we have Mr. Parker Glick. So Angela Pratt, is she here? Oh, she's gone? Oh, okay, Miss Pratt is gone. Mr. Parker Glick. Parker, come on up. And then Miss Jeanette Schnupp. Are you here? Oh, that was Greg's mom. Okay. All right. Well, folks, we have a little more time than I thought. So we're going to be right on time. Let's hold on one second. Parker, we're going to set you up, my friend. Thank you for being here, Parker. Where are you from? Decatur. All right. All right, Parker. Thank you for being here. Are you with old Charlie Miller there? You don't. Now you better watch out. That's my buddy over there. That's my buddy. That's my buddy now. All right, Parker.
Really nervous up. Oh, hey, there it works right there. I hope the setup did not, count down my 5 minutes already. So I just want to make sure.
Not at all.
I do want to say thank you to everyone who did speak before me, and thank you guys for giving me this opportunity to testify on behalf and with the study committee. I do find it very important that we change this issue at hand of the shortage of folks, caretakers. I don't remember all these letters or numbers, and I also want to note that I don't have any data or a PowerPoint set up because I unfortunately was not made aware of what was happening today. And I say unfortunately because I am a person that uses Medicaid waiver services, and I feel like it's important that I have the opportunity to share maybe what could be a changing factor and how could we improve this. So with that said, I don't have an intellectual or developmental disability, and I know that that is our topic, our demographic topic today. So I was told to tell my situation, but I just want to note that I know that we're all on the same page with independent living, but I want to kind of refine that definition, right? If you guys take a Google search and just throw in independent living, you get a lot of apartments or home settings, residential settings, right? And again, please excuse my disorganization with all of this. But that's not exactly, or that's not all that it means. It means more of a culture, it's a movement, it's a philosophy. And identifying disability, independent living is more the idea that we as the person with a disability have the self-determination to make our own choices. We know our lives the best, right? And that is inclusive of how services are being used. I've noticed that the majority of our speakers today were service providers. So I'd like to throw a question out there, not that you have to answer right now, but I guess something to ponder on your way back is, are you guys really taking the voice of your consumers and utilizing that in your change here. Because there are multiple sides to a story. Yes, I totally agree that money is an issue. I believe that training needs to be enhanced. And by that, I mean folks need to kind of also understand what, again, independent living is, that it's not just a residential setting. I should not be working with caretakers and them coming back to me and saying, oh, you're going out today, or you're going to work today, or you're going on a date today? Yes. I know that I'm not the only person in the disability community, though, that lives like that. And that is inclusive of individuals with ID and DD. Contrary to the unfortunate societal belief that folks with ID and DD are not able to, make their own decisions and whatnot, if that were the case, then how did Olmsted decision happen? So, I just want to leave you guys, I guess, with the idea of possibly giving us a seat or more seats at the table, and having these larger entities reach out to us for us to be able to share what concerns we may have with this system, because we are the consumers. So if we're not happy, I guess the system's not working right? So I hope that was under 5 minutes. It was probably 30 seconds, but it felt like 30 minutes.
Parker, you've got plenty of time.
I
You
also-
actually got us early by 2 minutes.
Oh, well, I don't want to withhold food from anybody, and I know hangry is a word.
Hangry.
But I do, again, please remember that our voices, we do have them. We do want to use them. The point of the caretakers is not to live our lives for us or to do things for us. It's to do it with us. And we have our goals in life. And I say we, I mean the disability community at large. I know we're speaking about, again, ID and DD, but just please try to uplift the voices versus being the voices for us. All right?
Well, let me say this. First of all, we'll see if there are any questions. So let me first tell you that, yes, we want everybody, whether it's aging, I began by talking about aging, whether it's intellectual, physical disability, it doesn't matter. This discussion today is about that workforce that serves all of those populations. So please be aware of that. Further, I would emphasize that we absolutely want our advocates here, and all of the, as far as I know, we have, this press release for this study has gone out to all interested parties. I think you're right, and you raise a great point that I'm pleased to hear you emphasize. We do need to make sure that we, maybe again, try to ensure that all our advocacy groups are aware that we're having these meetings, because we certainly need them here, want them here, and have done our best to emphasize this to all of our, and so many of the individuals that are here, that Ms. Dawn over there that I work with so well, and others. We want to make sure that all advocates for themselves and for whatever population we might be part of this discussion or here at the next meeting. And so make sure that you do that.
Can I say
Thank
something?
you. Yes, sir.
I just want to note that we were addressing tens of thousands of individuals in this state that are receiving services, but there are only like 4 self-advocates potentially here in this room. So that is the point that we need to get the voice out there even further if we can.
Well said. Any questions from Mr. Parker Glick? A question? Yes, ma'am. All right.
Thank you, Parker, and I appreciate you voicing your opinion, because you are the consumer. And I guess we just assumed that everybody that spoke were kind of in touch and in giving us your needs. On the Christmas list, I want to hear what the Christmas list is with you. I heard you say uplift your voice as the consumer and to understand residential living, independent living, not residential, correct?
Correct. And if you guys are interested in seeking a better definition of that, I encourage you to check out ncil.org, and it gives a more social model perspective of what independent living is.
Thank you.
And I'd like a fancy new car. Thanks.
What a way to end, Mr. Glick. I hope you come back. Let me tell you what, guy, I am the best chairman ever. It's 12 o'clock on the dot. I'll tell you what. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Anyway, folks, thank y'all for being here, and we hope that, my understanding is everybody got to speak, right? Is there anybody here that wanted to speak that did not get a chance? Okay, I don't want to walk out this door if that's the case. Okay, all right. Yes, Representative Howard. Mm-hmm. Let's see, he's 18, okay. Go ahead, Mr.
After we learned about the study committee and knew that we were going to be dealing with some of these issues, you and I talked, and I met with a large group down in Augusta, and I wanted to turn this over to you.
Excellent.
And I'll email it to you so you'll have it.
Okay.
Some of the findings we had, and if.
And Tara will share that with the entire committee then.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Howard.
Okay.
Very helpful.
Right.
Or do you have copies for all of us, or?
I do
If-
have another.
Well, we'll get, Tara
I'll
will email it to all of us as
I'll
well.
mail it to, right, good, thank you.
Very good. No, thank you. And the representative has already had a meeting with some other we're getting good input from Augusta, I'll tell you that.
I see.
We
yeah.
noticed today, so that's
That's
great.
great,
That's great. A great city. My friends, thank y'all for being here. We will probably meet briefly amongst ourselves to discuss our next meeting. And then we will be here to talk to some others of you like Mr. Holcomb that wanted to speak to us afterward. Thank y'all. This meeting is adjourned.